Chat room. How are we doing today? James, Clawley, Tomry, Apologize, Spice, and Tail. Thank you for being here at the top of the streams. My guys. My dudes. We return to the wonderful, fantastical, amazing, incredible world. There's the castle. There's the castle. Khaled, Zippy, Pog. Yo, Castle, how are your finals? Wait, you're officially done. College over. Graduated. Hype? Excitement? Big Pogs? Twitch Steelhawk, welcome to the stream. How's it going, guys? I did some AFK while we were away. Yeah, okay. I did some AFK. Did some AFK. And we went from like 380 something to 407 in about 8 hours. I should probably check the health of my wolves though. Yeah, they could use some heals. We also, I'm gonna check this. Wow. I'm also gonna check the cactus. That's a good sign. Actually, we should take care of this almost immediately. We still are planning on making a bunch of TNT, right? Oh, we were so close. This is another Dun Shulker box. The hype, dude. This is so much tinted. Wait, I guess I want that Shulker box back, right? Because we're gonna put that in there. That's done now. Dude. Have you killed a cat with curiosity yet? No cats have been spawning. I think we might have gotten it fixed. That's too many. Glug, 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 glug. It's another shulker done. Sick. Yeah. Woo. That would be pretty sick, Link. That would be cool. I'm always down for a nice little, you know, some Ravagers, some Evokers to roll through. Bacon, Tomry, Maddie. I'm just catching up in chat. Doc E. Jones? My day has been, you know what? My day has been short-lived, if I'm honest with myself. I woke up at like 1:15, so like an hour ago. I have been awake for an hour. You know what I've done this morning? I woke up, I got something to drink, I ate a slice of pizza, I talked to James for like 20 minutes in the Discord, and then I started streaming. I mean, it was a pretty good morning. I got like cold pizza for breakfast. That was pretty sick. I got to talk to a friend. That was pretty sick. And now I'm here, which is pretty good. Was the only thing that you did was cut the iron farm in half? Yeah. I think in the future, what I would have done was I would have built the iron farm much higher in the sky. Like, I think that this is too low to the ground. There's got to be some radius where the iron golem farm can see the player and then spawn a cat on the player. So you would need to figure out what the distance that the iron farm can see the player and then build outside of that. That makes sense? And with that's the height that I would recommend to build an iron golem farm at. So probably closer to world cap. Steelhog, thanks for the 90 bits. Look at that, dog. So I would probably have built this much closer to, like, not world height per se. Maybe that's a little bit of a. Maybe it's a little bit excessive. But definitely like another 50 to 100 blocks in the air. Because setting it up was not the hard part. Like, actually, there wasn't a whole lot that was difficult about this. if I remember right, because we used bubble elevators in order to get the villagers into position. And like, okay, so we just need to go up another like 50 blocks in a bubble elevator. That's not particularly hard. I think it was way more difficult trying to get the villagers into the bubble elevator than it was actually like setting up the villager chamber. That makes sense? So, in the future, I think I would still build a 2 Iron Golem farm. But, okay, let's take a look at how our cactus boy is doing. I definitely don't expect this guy to be capped out in cactus. I just don't. There's no way, right? Huh? Oh, that is way more than I expected. So our math is off. Because we expected this was going to take like 20 some odd hours. And it's definitely not taking 20 some odd hours to get full. Our math was way off. Well, I wonder if that means that my ratio is off. We might have some problems. Catching up in chat. What are the rates of your Iron Golem farm? I actually have no idea. I haven't... This is the first time that... Well... Okay, I can't say that. This is not the first time I've built it. This is the second time that I've built it. But I've never measured the rates. I know that they're good. I know that they're good because this fills up very quickly. I did get a lot of levels. I AFK'd overnight, and then the fishing farm and the skeleton experience grinder were just pumping me full of levels. And here, as soon as the cactus farm is set up, well, cactus farm, furnace, experience farm is set up, then we'll basically have 3 experience farms running simultaneously. 3 different experience farms that can run simultaneously. It's going to be, we're gonna skyrocket in levels. It's gonna be amazing. E. Jones says, I made chocolate chip cookies this morning at 9, and then vanilla and cinnamon cupcakes with chocolate frosting and 2 cakes, 1 for Father's Day and 1 for a friend's business. It's been a long day. Dude, that sounds delicious, though. I don't know if this guy's tail is where it should be. No. See how we can use the tail flipping through the carpet to kind of get an idea of what the health of the wolf is? Al, spin and look at me. Okay, I thought that he was missing health. Okay, we don't need the rest of this. Blah, 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 blah. Are they going to make it so you can't AFK fish farm? No. That's a bunch of, like, content creators. That's a bunch of other YouTubers out there that are putting forward a lot of really bad information. Fishing farms have 3 drop tables. They have the fish farms 3 drop tables, right? They have the fish table, the junk table, and the treasure table. Okay. What they're doing is they're adding I think it's like a 5x5x3 open water rule to the treasure table, right? Which, for all intents and purposes, is going to remove the treasure table from most fishing farms. You're gonna have to build a very, very specific type of fishing farm. Still possible, but you're gonna have to build a very specific type of fishing farm that will be wildly inefficient in order to get the treasure drops. However, the fishing loot table and the junk loot table are going to be just fines. Actually, not rip lily pads, because lily pads are being moved to the junk table. So we're still going to be able to get fish or lily pads from fishing because they're going to be inside the junk table. So like, so that's what's actually happening. But for the small scale fishing farms that we're all acclimated to, the ones that we've been using since forever, ones like this. Well, this is a 1x1 of water, right? And this does not equal a 5x5x3, which means no treasure. But we're still absolutely gonna get the fish and we're gonna get the junk. So fishing farms are still work and they're just fine. We just won't get the treasure anymore. Unless you build a very specific type of fishing farm that's designed to get the treasure. Are they removing Luck of the Sea? No. Luck of the Sea, lure, all of that's going to be the same. Again, the only thing that they're doing is they're putting a 5. I don't remember if these numbers are correct. So like grain of salt there. But they're putting a 5x5x3 open water rule to the treasure table. So you can only fish up treasure items if your bobber is in the center of a 5x5x3 pool of water. So, well, water and air. It can only have water and air in this 5x5x3 area. Does Luck of the Sea get you less junk or just more treasure? I actually don't know the answer to that. That's a good question. According to the Wicca, with the default loot tables, this enchantment increases the chance of treasure catches by about 2% per level at the expense of greatly lowering the chance of junk catches and slightly that of fish. Why is this called Lure of the Sea? This is a dumb video. That's a dumb title for a video. Anyway, so if you use Luck of the Sea in a scenario where you can't fish up treasure, would it greatly lower the chance of junk and by extension greatly increase the chance of fish? So would you want a fishing rod that is Lure 3 Unbreaking Mending with no luck to get more? So like if we go into fishing Minecraft, right? So here's your drop tables, exactly like I was talking about. So here's the fish category, which is exactly what you expect: cod, salmon, drop fish, puffer fish. The treasure category is also exactly what you would expect: the bows, the books, the fishing rods, name tags, knot shells, saddles. Lily pads are in the treasure table, but they're getting moved into the junk table. And then the junk table is going to have, of course, bowls, unenchanted fishing rods, leather boots, rotten flesh, sticks, strings, water bottles, bones, ink sacks, and tripwire hook. Lily pads aren't dead. I said that like 5 minutes ago. Anyway. So this, no, let me get that right highlight. This is going to be the new junk category, what I have highlighted. This is basically getting removed from fishing farms. You'll still be able to get it, but you're gonna have to go for a treasure farm, right? So let's call them different things now. Fishing farms will get you fish and junk, right? And actually junk will be this because lily pads are getting moved down here.
So fishing farms will get you all of the fish drops and all of the junk drops. Treasure farms are going to get you fish, treasure, fish, junk, and treasure. And treasure farms are going to have to be built very differently than fishing farms, right? So we're all on the same bad, or we're all on the same page. I read you saying my bad, and I said my bad, not what I was thinking. Anyway, so James, I don't know how Luck of the Sea is going to work without a treasure table. Yeah, that's a great question. This enchantment increases the chance of treasure catches by about 2% per level at the expense of greatly lowering the chance of junk catches and slightly that of fish catches. That's so interesting to me. That means in my current fishing farm, because I don't care about the treasure drops, right? We've already got this wired up to just throw them out. And so you're telling me that right now, I'm wasting? Like, because I want, if we come back in here and we look at the fishing farm drops, I want water bottles. I want so many water bottles and so much leather. And if you're telling me that I'm greatly reducing junk catches are what I want. So should I build a fishing rod that doesn't have Luck of the Sea? Huh. Did we make ourselves a new fishing rod? Where do I even get a fishing rod that doesn't have Luck of the Sea? You should just really do a Minecraft myth-busting series calling out all the bad information out there. Well, like, what is it? Exuma already has that series. Right? Like, coming in here and just doing a search on, like, Minecraft myth-busting, it's just Exuma, 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 Exuma. Right? Exuma. Exuma. There's one that's not Exuma. Like, it would just be copying that content, wouldn't it? Because, like, look at this. He has, like... $125 videos of Minecraft myth busting. I was gonna try to figure out how to make a fishing rod that didn't have Luck of the Sea. I could definitely get it with Unbreaking. I could definitely get it with Mending. But how do I find a lure? Because I could just make a fishing rod. We have a villager that will sell us Mending, Unbreaking. I think it's a combination of these two bad boys. Mending, Unbreaking. Yeah, so we'd be able to get Mending and Unbreaking. But where do we get the lure from? Are we actually going to, like, traditionally enchant something right now? Market is pretty saturated on myth busting. I mean, yeah, to my knowledge, it really is. Nims, what is the best way to get slime? Nims needs to make an enchantment table. Joke's on you, I've already got one. I fly past it all the time. You just don't notice it because I'm so speedy. This is the best way to get slime. Just find yourself a slime chunk and then just clear the damn thing. Like... Well, how did you spawn?
There shouldn't be... Oh, there is a dark spot. You turd nugget. You're a dirty little turd nugget. Okay. Dirty turd nugget. Handled. Anyway. How would I find one? So do you want the legit answer, or do you want the kind of cheaty answer, but we as a community have all decided that they're so obnoxious to find traditionally that we're all okay with cheating a little bit? I'll give you both answers, but one of them is technically cheating. Both, please. Okay, so the real answer, the not cheat, is to just dig a lot. A lot. A huge area out. Basically, you would need to set up a haste 2 beacon and then clear a like 3 tall area. Kind of like this, right? So I originally had a haste 2 beacon set up here in the middle. And then because I had this huge area cleared, and then of course I had to light it up, I was able to find, let's see if I can get it to spawn. In moving through this area, of course they're not going to spawn. I need them to spawn, and now they're not going to spawn. The freaking little turds. Okay, so this is option 1. You set up a haste beacon, you clear out a huge area, and and then flip a coin, basically. If you're lucky, you'll find a slime chunk in that area because you'll just notice that slime starts spawning. And then you'll be able to isolate where they're spawning from. If you're unlucky, you won't find a slime chunk after there, see? So this is the legit way of doing it. The not legit way of doing it is go to a website called Chunkbase. You go to a website called Chunkbase, you find your seed, come on, let me click this, and then you go, I want to find a slime chunk, and then you put in your seed, and you hit find slimes, and then it highlights in green every chunk that can find slimes. So my quad chunk slime farm is right here. That's these 4 chunks. So here's the legit, dude, Stoaf with the huge raid. What up, my man? So there's the legit way of finding slimes. And then the cheater way is to go to Chunkbase. Welcome, Raiders! Hello! Can we get some party phoenixes up in chat room? Woo! Let me fly out of here. We are doing a demonstration in our strip mine. Not that we were stripping, but... Oh, Link! Link! What's up, my dudes? The scuffed stream raid. Oh, man. Welcome, one. Welcome, all. Actually, no. Welcome all but one of you. You know who you are. You know what you did. You know why you're not welcome. This is my hardcore world. I am level 408 in hardcore. I am on day 2,763. Hang on, let me get you. This is the screenshot for the YouTube thumbnail. Hang on, we gotta pretend like we're content creators real quick. Look at that. That's the thumbnail. Oh wait, but that beacon lines up with the dark room mob farm. It's kind of weird. Hang on. Okay, I think this is a bit. Yeah, there's the thumbnail. Oh, that's good. But wait, we're not getting the drown farm in it. The drown farm looks so sick in the background. Wait, how do we get the drown farm in this? 1,000 level challenge? Yo, I'm working on it, dude. I'm working on it. Gaining levels is an exponential process. Like going from, I bet going from 407 to 408 took, I don't know the actual math on this, but I bet going from 407 to 408 took as much experience as going from 1 to like 80. It's an exponential process. It takes me so long. Level 420 level challenge? Yo, we're trying. Nope, I failed. We were just exploring the new fishing changes that are coming in 1.16, and we are weighing the pros and cons of lure. Well, really, the pros and cons of luck at the sea, considering that treasure loot tables are being removed from fishing farms in 1.16. So, like, do you actually need luck at the sea? Or is it just like a scuffed enchant and all of our fishing rods are now bad? Okay, I need some string. Trying to catch up in chat. Yeah, can we get some party phoenixes? Lit, dude. Stop. What were you playing before you came in here? I don't need those. Throw them on the ground. Presumably some Minecraft, am I right? Did I make this wrong? Oh, I need 3 sticks. I'm actually dumb. It's 3 sticks, 2 string, not 2 sticks, 3 string. Listen, chat room, it's real hard living life when you've got like room temperature IQ. It's real tough, let me tell you from my first-hand experience. Oh. Okay. See, James, I told you I have an enchanting table. You've just never seen it before. You guys want to see a trick? How to quick trade with villagers? So normally, you would have to like click, and then you'd click and click, and then you'd click like this, and it's a really long, tedious process. Okay, wait, I'll do it again on a fresh villager. Sick. I'm glad you appreciated my joke, Castle. I don't need unbreaking. This isn't what I wanted! Are we about to scuff some levels here? I usually play my hardcore world too, but it's Friday, so variety day. Dude, sick! How's your hardcore world? Are you more of like a aesthetics builder? Are you more of like an adventurer? Or are you more of like a like room temperature IQ redstoner? That's what I am. I need to take a nap. I'm tired. So you were debating fishing farms right before you got in. Let me clear that chat. I'm just more of an all-around Papega. That's fair. That was a hidden category. That's an off-menu item. What was I doing? God, it's so hard being this dumb. I saw a meme in my Twitch chat the other day. Or not in my Twitch chat, but in my Discord chat. I want to share it because I thought it was the funniest thing. So So this entire base is like a intelligent, self-aware base. Like everything in here has comparators basically watching the items that I farm and then moving the items appropriately to the base. And then everything is completely automated and set up in optimized patterns. Every single one of these like granite surrounded by stone brick is a conveyor belt. It's moving items through the world. So all of these things are conveyor belts moving items throughout my base. Every single granite block that you see with like stone brick around it is some form of conveyor belt. So we're moving tons of items, like hundreds, maybe more of items per minute throughout the base. And it's all intelligent, like it's all aware of where of the items that it's receiving, of how many items it has. It has overflow protection built into it. It automatically like crafts stuff down and crafts stuff up. We've got everything from like produce farms to honey farms to darkroom mob spawners that can spawn endermen and spiders. So I basically have an overworld enderman farm, which is where I get all of my ender pearls from. I've got everything from like bamboo farms to sugarcane farms to iron golem farms to cactus farms to like furnace experience farms. Check this out. I'm gonna show you. This is my are you familiar with the concept of like if you, with an infinite amount of time, a monkey on a typewriter will write Shakespeare, right? If you're familiar with that, then this is, I'm a monkey, and this is my Shakespeare. Ready? So we have a skeleton automatic experience grinder, completely automatic, but of course, because it's based on a skeleton farm, which is under the ground over here, it's got a super narrow activation range. So we're just like, okay, it's got a super narrow activation range. Let's just set up a bunch of AFK farms around it. So that way we could take advantage of that super narrow activation range. So basically we're spawning a bunch of skeletons, they fall into some water streams, they go up a bubble elevator across a little water path, and then they fall, landing at exactly 1 HP. The wolves then kill the skeleton, and because the wolves are owned by the player, it's considered a player kill, and therefore the skeletons drop experience. We can then use this experience to do things like repair our tools while we're AFK at these farms. So in 1.16 we won't have to take off our armor anymore, but for 1.15 we do. So I'm going to completely fill my inventory here. I have an axe in my offhand that has full durability, right? And then check this out. This is my monkeys writing Shakespeare on a typewriter. That's a fully AFK tree farm. Fully AFK. There's no TNT, there's no wither, there's no duping, there's no fancy trickery here. I'm 100% vanilla, 100% modernist. And look at me farming the trees, chat room. My hands are over here. Everybody clap your hands. And today you learned that Nims can't keep a beat. Did you do the math tree? If I did the math right, from 407 to 408, it's nearly double the amount of experience you need for level 30. Wow! So getting from 407 to 408 is double the amount of experience that you would need to get from 0 to 30. That's wild. I love how proud you are. You are literally looking, you know how that like statement of like why clothes used to be so expensive in like ye old medieval times? Because you were looking at like, you are wearing a year of someone's life. Have you ever heard that expression before? Talking about the amount of time that it took to build something, or the amount of time that it took to make something. Oh, I'm wearing shoes that, I'm barefoot right now. But in ye old medieval times, you're talking about wearing shoes that took like 3 months to make. So you would literally, on your feet, you are wearing 3 months of someone's life. With that concept, you are probably looking and at 6 months of my life. And now check this out. Look at the durability on my axe. The experience bar is disappearing, which means that I'm constantly getting full experience on my axe while it's being used. And I actually did need to AFK at the tree farm a little bit, by the way. I was running out of wood. So we're gonna go ahead and shut this off on this cycle. There we go. And you note that the amount of saplings in my offhand never decreased. I ended at 64, which is what I started at. Like, that tree farm is actually like 6 months of my life. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. Just a little tiny itty bitty teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini bit. The best part is the charcoal. Well, I mean, yeah. So then we take all of the drops that we get out of the tree farm, we bring them over to the sorter room, and you can see here that we're taking the strip logs that we just made, and we're just adding them in. And so it's great. Do you have a hotkey to use right click and left click in combination? F3T will do the trick. But personally, I do have a macro built into my keyboard. I'll actually give you a little bit of behind the scenes magic real quick. I'm gonna pull back the curtain real fast on how I do my fancy trickery. So I have a fancy keyboard. This is what my real life keyboard looks like. Actually, I can show you. Hang on, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. So you could see my real life keyboard. So this is what its digital representation is, and this is my real keyboard. This is my real setup right now. I am sitting at this. I've since done a bunch of cable management though. But we can see, this is my keyboard. Let me zoom back out with the hair. Yeah, there's my keyboard. Oh God, it reset the zoom. Why would it reset the zoom? Windows Photos, you're garbage. Give me back like Windows Media Viewer. Anyway, so peeling back the curtain here, you can see that on, this would be G18, right here, remap, mouse button. I have right click, and I imitate holding the key in a toggle. So if I push that button, it holds right click forever, right? So I push, I'm pushing this button on my keyboard, one of my macro keys, not that. So I push that button, and now it just holds right click for forever until I push it again, and then it releases the toggle. So, and then I have the same thing done for holding left click. So left button, imitate holding key in a toggle. So that's how I do it so easily. Now you, if you don't have a literally $200 keyboard, which don't buy a $200 keyboard. This is very, very, very excessive. But it's nice. Anyway, if you don't have a $200 keyboard, then you can just use the F3T trick. So yeah, that's my magnum opus. That is my monkeys typing Shakespeare. That is 6 months of my life in a video games farm. Yeah. So, buddy. I thought you put a freaking brick on your mouse. You could do that too. And to do that, it would be way easier to go controls
And then for the attack, destroy, and the use in place, you could do something like make it, I don't know, like your left and right arrow key. And then you could put like some sort of weight on your left and right arrow keys, which is a lot easier than putting a brick on your mouse. Okay, so we were trying to figure out how to make, okay, for the raiders. Also, shouldn't we have a raid command? Shouldn't we have like a commands add raiders? So the problem with raids is they don't actually get added to the view count, right? You have to leave your hosted channel and go to the being raided channel for things to count, right? So shouldn't we have like a way of quick linking to that thing? I don't know. Just imagine talking about your keyboard just as Danny DeVito talks about dropping his Magnum size. Oh my god. No raids add to it? Just host them. Oh, okay. So is my information dated or was I just misinformed? How do I get lure onto this? And not Luck of the Sea? Do we have a lure? No, it's not going to be in here. Every single one of these books is a mending book, by the way. Every single one. Every single book in here is also unbreaking. There's lure 2. I'm going to pull it. Saw Luck of the Sea and I got excited, and then I remembered that I needed lure and not Luck of the Sea. Well, there's lure 2 again, so we can combine those two together. There's lure 2 again. So what do we have for the cheapest way of doing this? I like the idea of... See, but this is an unbreaking protection book. Yeah, I think because that would cut out the need for one unbreaking. Nah, but unbreaking's infinite. We have a villager that sells us unbreaking. So I want to protect the protection. So we do it this way. Okay. Raiders can just click your name under the video and never leave the stream, but are taken to your channel, not the raid referral. If you want to save levels, it might be better to straight up enchant rather than combine. Okay. I mean, we do want to save levels, right? So like 4. God, this is gonna... I'm gonna dip below 400 again. It hurts, chat room. There's our lure 3 and we're 397. Wait, what? I don't understand. It's fine. You were saying that I should have done this?
Huh. Okay, maybe we did mess it up, but it's fine. It's just big dumb idiot tax, right? That's all I'm being charged with. I need mending and unbreaking at this point. We drop below 400, how will we... No, we want to do mending last. I like it to be my numbers first. Lure 3 and breaking 3 mending. 382, feels bad, man. But now we have a lure fishing rod. And shouldn't that result in more water bottles for our automatic potion brewer? How are we doing with automatic our potion storage? Oh, I got a little bit better. I mean, I did AFK fish overnight, but that only seems like we're catching like 2 water bottles an hour, if I'm being honest. So hopefully by dropping the Luck of the Sea and rotating to just the lure, it might be... We might get a few more water bottles. That's all I'm really hoping for in this workaday world. Yeah, it doesn't work very well on the phone. And I see your hydrate. Can confirm more water bottles with just lure. Sick, that's what we want. Because we've already built the storage system for like, assuming 116, right? So salmon, cod, clownfish, pufferfish, leather, string, skip this one, ink sacs, and tripwire hooks. None of those are treasure drops. So why have I been spending all of this time with Luck of the Sea when I was just trashing everything that we made with Luck of the Sea? It's so dumb. Are you building a chicken farm for the feathers? Nah. Chicken farms are super laggy. And my world is already 22 MSPT. So like, I'm gonna try to chill on building anything that is pretty laggy. We're gonna try to chill. However, the Darkroom mob farm can spawn zombie chicken jockeys. So this is a really special Darkroom mob farm. It's of my own design. It can spawn all of the typical mobs that you would expect. So zombies, creepers, skeletons, witches, all the too talls. But then it can also spawn spiders. It can spawn zombie chicken jockeys. It can spawn spider skeleton jockeys. And it can spawn endermen. So it's an overworld enderman farm. It's really cool. So because we get zombie chicken jockeys, we can get raw chicken and feathers out of it. You know, like 1 feather an hour or something like that. Something ridiculously low, but enough that it adds up over time. So, you know, I put a chest to save the feathers. That way we could combine the feathers with the leather and the ink sacs to make written books, and then we could just sell the written books to, it's this dude right here. Yeah. Book and quill. Or we could just sell the books outright. Either way, doesn't matter. So, no chicken farm, but kind of chicken farm. How do you get the ink sacs? Ink sacs are just a drop that fishing farms can have. In the junk loot table of a fishing farm, there is a drop for ink sacs. Yeah. Comparators are confusing? I could explain comparators to you in a super succinct way if you'd like. Okay, so what I need to do today is we gotta fix our dumb mistake that we made with the cactus farm. So we have the smart dropper set up, but the smart dropper shouldn't have been set up yet. Yeah, I shouldn't have set this up. sort of get them, but I don't see how to use them in proper redstone. Well, I mean, I could give you a quick rundown. It's super, super duper easy. Okay, I shouldn't say that, because that's kind of dismissive of, like, people's different ways of learning. Okay, so a comparator, let's try to break down each one of the, I guess it would be 3 things that a comparator can do. First, a comparator can detect the storage of an item, of a inventory that's behind it. So we can detect how many items, what percentage of items this is filled with. So this is 1/15 full, which would be something like 6.6666%. Alexa, what's 15? Never mind. Alexa, what's 1 divided by 15? 0.0667 is what she said. So it's definitely going to be just 6 infinitely, right? I wish I could make like the upper 6, but it's fine. So this measures the percentage full in 6% increments, or 1/15 increments, that the storage is full behind it. Did I say that right? A comparator measures the percentage, or the 1/15 full the storage container is behind it. Okay, so yeah, cool. That's the first use. Now the next use is comparators can be used to compare signals. So we can say something like gotta figure out a way of demonstrating this. Okay. So the input to this comparator is an 11, which means that the comparator would be creating a signal strength of 11, right? So 11 in the back, 11 in the front. So whenever we push this signal forward, and here it might be a little bit easier to represent if we do it this way. So when we push this 11 into the side of this comparator, what's now happening is the comparator is doing a check of the fullness of this storage against the signal strength off into the side of it. So it's comparing them. So right now, this storage has a signal strength of 3. So it's comparing 3 versus 11. Okay, do you see that? It's got a signal strength of 3, and then this has a signal strength of 11. So 3 versus 11. Well, 3 is not equal to or greater than 11, so no signal. It's a binary here. Now, if we were to increase the signal strength, okay, that was a little bit excessive. If we were to increase the signal strength of this storage up until it was 11, see, now we're up to 8, now we're up to 10, until it reached 11, and see, now the signal strength is 11, so now it's comparing 11 versus 11, which is now true. Yes, 11 is equal to or greater than 11, so I can turn on. But if it ever drops below 11, back to 10, well then it says 10 versus 11 is not true, so shut off. And this is the compare state. Now if we right click this, we're now in the subtract state, which is very similar, but different. Okay, so now it gets a little bit easier in some ways and harder in other ways to represent. So we're still going to run with a subtraction, but we're gonna make the subtraction a little less, just by increasing the distance that it needs to travel. Okay, so we're gonna pull out some blocks here. So now we have a signal strength of 8 being subtracted from the signal strength that's being created by the fullness of this container. So we have 8 minus 7. So this is super easy to represent. 8 minus 7 is, well, excuse me, it'd be 7 minus 8. I represented that backwards. 7 minus 8 is -1, but that doesn't, -1 doesn't exist in redstone, so it's just 0, right? Well, we could increase the signal strength a little bit more, so 8 to 8, and see, before this would turn on, because it would be the same thing, it would compare them, but now we're not comparing, we're subtracting. So 8 minus 8 is still 0. Now if we go up a little bit more, we can now see that we have a signal strength of 9. 9 minus 8 is 1. Yeah, I had that backwards, Spire. I typed it wrong. So 9 minus 8 is 1, and that's what we get out of our comparator. And that's effectively the 3 uses of comparators. So how you apply those uses creates all sorts of machinery. So in subtract mode, with the little torch turned on, you subtract the side input from the main input. So again, 9 minus 8 is 1. Easy. If you turn this torch off, you're in compare mode. So then it is a, you compare the signal strength of whatever's behind it against whatever signal strength is in from the side. So 9 compared to 8, 9 is equal to or greater than 8, so push the 9 signal through. But if we were to drop back down to, say, 7, well, 7 is not greater than or equal to 8, so no signal strength. And there you go. That's how, obviously, this is like comparators 101, right? They are still a wildly complex item. They are still, there's a whole lot of depth that you can do with them, but congratulations, you've now graduated Comparators 101. To give you a brief, like, demonstration of Comparators 201, we could look at stuff like what happens whenever you have 2 inputs from the side. So like we're going to send out a signal strength of 15 here, but then you could do something like subtract, what is 8 minus 15? Well, that's 7. But then what if I don't have any more redstone? And see, that's weird, right? 15 minus 8 is 7, but we're not subtracting the 4. Oh, you thought you knew what was up, didn't you? Or we could show this mechanic off. So reset this whole thing back down. Yeah, this would be fine. $14, $13, $12, $11, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5. Comparators are still wildly complex. There's a whole bunch of sneaky stuff. Yeah, it's a pulse extender, but it's also a clock. And so describing how this mechanic would work is kind of wild. And then you can even do stuff like this, where I'm just creating a very weak signal right now. So this will be a signal of, that's still too strong. essentially. Yeah. So you remember how before it went 15, 14, 13, 12? 15, 14, 13, 12. Okay, cool. Just gonna let that reset. Now what happens if you do this? 15, 12, 9, 6, 3, 0. Oh! Comparators. Anyway, that's just a sneak peek of what we have to offer in the next 5 classes of comparators. And for what is the average cost of tuition in college? And for 3 easy payments of $9.95, no decimals, 3 easy payments of $9.95, you can graduate and go to Comparators 201. Oh yeah, and we need to get $200 worth of books. Yes. Castle literally graduated like yesterday. Yeah, I mean, you haven't like gotten your diploma from college yet, right? What do you even get when you graduate college? I don't know. I didn't go to college, please. Do you get a diploma? Do you get like a plaque? Or is it just like, you did it, yay! Here's a high five and a swift kick to the ass. Get out of here. So it is a high five and a swift kick. Actually, I don't want to pull it from here. This will be fine. Is my redstone? Okay, it is. Also a diploma if you ask. Do they charge you for the diploma? I guarantee they charge you for the diploma. 100% they charge you for the diploma. Yeah? You have to pay like $50 to get your diploma. I bet. Money. I'm so... Technically, online graduation is today, and yeah, I get a little diploma certificate thing. Did you have to pay them to send it to you? You have to apply to graduate. That's how they get you. As if like the $70,000 of student loans aren't enough to cover the freaking diploma. I remember, boom! I called it! Yes! Also, that is heartbreaking, but I 100% called it. Candy had to pay $90. Cosmo says I had to pay to get my degree. Eric says you have to apply to graduate. As if the $70,000. Hang on. Alexa, what's the average student loan debt of a college graduate? Oh, she doesn't know.
For suggestions on what to do, just ask me. What do you do? Would you like to hear more?
No, stop. I don't care. Average student loan debt. In Missouri, it's $33,000. As if they couldn't cover your cap gown and a fancy plaque inside of that $33,000 for Missouri. Where am I from? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make light of the situation. I laugh at everything just for those of... Oh god, there's a wandering trader. I didn't mean to hit him, but like, I'm not sad that I did it either. Okay. I can't believe I called it, dude.
Stay a bit longer. Stay
All right, so the thing that I messed up here is the smart dropper. Where are you from? Oh yeah, somebody did ask, where am I from? Or who asked that? Skillshare series on Redstone. Professor Nims. You know, Nico said something that broke my heart the other day. That when I explain complicated concepts, I do a better job explaining them than his college professors. And I was like, ooh, that's funny, but also heartbreaking. Where are you from, NimCB? Yeah, I'm from Missouri. Or Kansas City, if you really wanna, AKA home of the best barbecue in the world. Okay, so I need to, the thing that I messed up is in building that, is I forgot about the unload system that also allows for the player to gather the experience. So basically, I didn't make this lever do anything. In our current real-world setup, I forgot to hook up the lever. So this lever doesn't do anything right now, is what I'm saying. Home of the best barbecue and a lot of cornfields? You're not wrong. But where do you think we get our barbecue from? You gotta feed the cows something. Dane is like, you're trying to drag me out of lurking. Oh, here's where he comes in and he tries to say that Texas barbecue is better than Kansas City barbecue. Please step to me. Step to me. I'm barbecue and corn fed. I'm thick. Step to me. Oh. In general, professors aren't necessarily good teachers. They are more research and experts of their field, so they may not be great at communication. That's fair. Yep. To have a truly good professor, or to have any true good educator, you need them to be a good communicator. And you also need them to be... they don't have to necessarily be an expert, however that's good, but they need to be extremely proficient in the field that they are communicating. Stepped. I will sit on you, Dane. With all of my Kansas City barbecue weight, I will sit on you. It's I've actually kind of I'm dealing with some like personal fallout, or some fallout in my personal life, where I've only recently realized that like this is gonna sound like such a weird statement, but hear me out. I'm such a large person, or I am a large person. Like I am 5'11" to 6 foot tall. I weigh 180 to 190 pounds, and I have like kind of a thick, broad frame. However, so I am. You know that photo of like Putin riding a horse? You know what I'm talking about? Excuse me, Drown. Could you chill for a moment? Just like a second. Chill. Oh, haha. Okay. You know this photo of Putin riding a horse? Like, this is the body type that I have. Like, the thick, like, just broad, just wide body type. Okay? I'm not, like, fat. But I am thick. I consider myself a small person. In my mind, in my internal reality, I am, in my mind, a small person. I'm 5'11", and I weigh like 180 to 190. I'm not a small person, but I think I am. And so the reason for this is I come from a family of giants. Like my dad is like 6'5", my brothers are like 6'3" and 6'2", and I'm the shortest by a lot in my family. Again, dad 6'5", brothers 6. Well, actually, one of them might be as tall as my dad. One of my brothers is like 6'5", and the other brother's like 6'2" or 6'3". And both of them are like 210 and 240. My dad is probably like 250. Ex-Marine, so like ex-military. So he still has like kind of like that bulk from it. I am unquestionably the runt of my family. And so I was talking to some friends about this the other day. And I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm a small guy. And one of them did like the record scratch. What? What did you just say? And this friend, he's such a good dude. But he's like 5'5", 5'4", something like that. And so I'm like saying like, oh, I'm 5'11" and 190 pounds. I'm small. Record scratch. What did you just say? And he was like so mad at me. And it's only been like literally in the past like 2 months that I've realized, oh hey, I'm not small. I just have this like super warped perception of the world. And my super warped perception of the world has led me to believing something that is objectively not true. And like, it also doesn't help that like, and this isn't a problem, don't misconstrue this at all, but Selena, girlfriend, Candy Rabbits, there we go. Candy Rabbits, AKA girlfriend. She's 6 foot. She's like half an inch taller than I am. Not that it matters, but it also furthers this perspective that I am a short person. It's not true. It's not objectively. It's not true. But I'm now pause and look at my objective reality. I am the oldest in my family, like the oldest of my brothers. I'm 5 years older than the middle brother and 8 years older than the youngest brother. I'm a full 5 inches and like 3 inches shorter than them. My dad is like 6'5". I'm like a full 6 inches shorter than that guy. I'm comparatively much smaller. My girlfriend is taller than I am. What conclusion would you draw from this? I'm the smallest person in my family and I'm shorter than my girlfriend. I must be a short guy, right? Well, turns out. I mean, Eric, I'm the exact same way. Moral of the story, same. Candy is really tall. She is actually super tall. Like I'm an inch or two above the, actually I think it's a little bit taller. Alexa, what's the average height of a man in the United States?
On average, men in the United States are 5'9" inches tall.
Men in the United States are 5 feet 9 inches tall. I don't know if you could hear her. Maybe I need to rename it so I'm not activating your guys' things. How do I just delete? Yeah, I think we just undo all of this redstone. It's just the Midwest, my dude. We're all corn fed, man. This is corn for days. But we're not like the athletic kind of tall. We're the meat and potatoes kind of tall.
And so then looping that all the way back around, Dane, I will sit on you. I will. Step to me about Texas barbecue being better than Kansas City barbecue. When you had your Brussels sprout stream, I thought your kitchen was oddly short, but you're both tall. Yep. I need... Oh, yeah. Duh. I know what I need. Sanity. A few more IQ points. What do I need, chat room? Yeah. I'm super low on redstone. How's it going, Yolk? Yo, hey, Yolk, you really impressed me yesterday. Just, that's all I'm gonna say. Please, them's you're only 5 foot 3/4 inches. Is this like platform 9 3/4? Am I Harry Potter height? When I have a hopper, feed the dropper for removing the item and also destroying overflow. A hopper, feed the dropper for removing the item and also destroying overflow. I don't know if I follow what you're saying there. I can't do that system yet because I have to do the other system. I need to fix the lever. So that way the lever actually pauses this hopper, which it now does. Because whenever I flip the lever, that redstone will be on, which will power. See, see that redstone is now powered. So I gotta fix that first before I can think about adding the whatchamacallit system. Papa Dugan, how are you, man? No, that's okay. So you're not good. Was it a hardcore world or was it just like a regular world and you only lost a couple of things? Oh, yes, hardcore. Dude, that breaks my heart. How old was that world? Do you know how many like in-game days or like hours you put into it? That's rough. Hopefully it was only like an hour or two. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I remember what I was going to do. I was going to check the redstone. Okay, so it goes redstone into a block, into a repeater, into a block, into a double redstone, into a block, into a repeater, into a subtraction out of the signal strength of the storage or the container block. Okay. No way I remember all of that. I would be like a genius if I could remember all of that. The hell is that? Oh, okay. What the hell? Why doesn't this line up? Yep, okay, I didn't remember all of it. I'm actually dumb. Yeah.
block, repeater, block, double into a block. Oh, that's probably what I did wrong. I was so close. Or my Q temperature time. Yep. Yeah, I was there. Look at this. I was so dumb. Look, we've got it. Like, I just literally go dot, and then a repeater. Like, that's it. I had it. I just second guessed it. So dumb. Okay, one hopper removes items from the furnace to a dropper to be destroyed, and another hopper that feeds the same dropper to destroy the cactus bamboo overflow. Oh, we won't need to do that though, because the bamboo, those are both handled. The overflow is both handled by the cactus that are just built right here. So to then move those items into the dropper that's down here would actually add a lot of complexity. Whereas it's a relatively simple, succinct system that we have right now. But like, I like where your brain's at, trying to get it all to work in one system. I like it. Now I want to try to figure out how to get a dropper in here. So it's this block that the torch is sitting on. Well, this redstone here, quasi-power, I guess we should just test it, because I don't actually know if a redstone dot on top of a will quasi-power up. It would be same height with a hopper above it for and then we're just gonna power it like this, so that way we don't shift the dot. I have nothing that creates power. So now, is this dropper quasi-powered? Yes, yes it is. Okay. So we can't just put a dropper underneath it. Wait! The biggest of brains! The maximum brain size! Why don't we just move the dropper to the side? Put the dropper right there, right? Let me just move this damn hopper. Is that problem solved? Now are we quasi-powering this guy? From any of these blocks. This block
has a comparator on it. Wait, does it? No, it's got a repeater. This block has a repeater on it. Yeah, I'm positive of it. It's got a repeater on it. The only block that's actually being powered is this one. I don't think it's quasied. Desert temperature IQ time. that was nice. Oh no! Oh god, no! Room temperature IQ. Don't laugh at me. Alaska temperature IQ time. Okay, well thankfully we had a hole in the ground. So like maybe Alaska's having a warm day today. Because it stopped the water from flowing absolutely everywhere. Look at that. Okay. So what I now need to do is, if this is where we're gonna have our dispenser, dropper dispenser, it's all the same, right? Then, I need another piece of string, don't I? Another piece of sand. Eyebrows, be quiet. I need another string, another piece of sand. And another... I don't really need cactus, because we're literally standing underneath a cactus farm. Okay, that was too many pieces of string. Samantha! How's it going? Dude, it's going... How would you describe? If our IQ was... a temperature, we're going hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, very quickly. Like, Arizona desert, hot, IQ. And then Antarctic, freezing cold, negative degrees, IQ. I also need sand. Yeah, dude, we got so many cactus. It's working so well. So much. Oh, there's some of our sand. Look. Oh, yes, that's what we wanted to see. Look at how clean that looks. Miss Lilycat. Saw the tour video a while ago and thought I would come here. Enjoying the stream. Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining, man. The that world tour video is actually super out of date at this point. Like, that's just a hole in the ground now. We've added, oh God, it's hard to fly. I realize that I'm a bird of fire. However, I do die and get reborn all the time. Is it time to cut down this tree? It's kind of ruining my view. Hang on, let's go up into this. Oh, this looks so cool. I mean, this is a thing that wasn't in the world tour, actually. We'll start there. Look at that! This is a giant boy. Look at, I love whenever it gets that like atmospheric fog and it all just kind of blends together. I think that that's so cool looking. That right there. Because it just really gives you the sense of scale of how much effort went into making the Drowned Farm. And I think you lose that sense of scale whenever you get up here, and then because it's, you know, it's a dark room mob farm, the variation of, you lose that sense of scale whenever it all goes dark. But yeah, so this is a Drowned Farm. And the base. Oh man, glad I'm home eating lots of popsicles because it's like 110 degree. Oof. Have you looked at your statistics for this world yet? Like, what numbers are you looking for? Damage dealt 92,000. Damage resisted 12,000. This is by Lytra 2,500. Damage taken, 19.2 thousand, which is probably all falling damage, let's be honest. Note blocks tuned? How do I have 5.7 million note blocks tuned? Oh! It's because of the fishing farm! I was like, how have I tuned 5.7 million? But a fishing farm, that makes sense. It's a dry heat, they said, which is true, but so is an oven. Yo, whenever I was in Arizona, it hit 110, and I would take that 110 degrees over like a 90 degrees with 80% humidity any day. Because a squirt bottle, like you get a little mister, and you're like, ah, this is nice. It's still hot, and like, it's still ridiculous, but like, a little mister, it's like, ah, I feel better. And then you get like those misters on the canopies of buildings, and I'm like, I'm gonna walk through this mister. It's still hot. But then you get like, you get back to the Midwest, and then you get this humidity. And like, how you sweat in Arizona is different. Like the sweat in Arizona, you form a thin film on your skin, and then it just like wicks away the heat. And that was nice. But whenever you sweat in the Midwest, it's like your like booty cheeks turn into Niagara Falls. And it's like, and the sweat from the Midwest is like a thick, sticky, kind of like gross sweat. And it's a smelly sweat. Whereas in like the dry Arizona, it's just like a thin film sweat. And it's like, ah, yes, wind breeze. Anyway, yeah, this is a Drowned Farm. I think that much is clear. Blam. I joined and the first thing I hear is sticky. Hey, if you would have joined 2 seconds sooner, you would have heard me talk about your butt cheeks turning into Niagara Falls. So, like, enjoy that mental imagery. Yeah, anyway, Drowned Farm is new since the World Tour. I don't know. This base is just, it's getting big, chat room. It's a thick lad with a triple C. Yeah, Florida's got to be the same way with that humidity, dude. I had a friend who lived in Florida, and they would tell me like, "Oh, dude, no, I left my bicycle outside for 3 days, and it's ruined now because it rusted so quickly." And I'm like, buddy, you picked the wrong place to live. In the UK, anywhere above 68 degrees is really hot. Lol. 68 degrees is like, I'm gonna put on a long sleeve shirt. That's depending if it's like, if I'm working out, then like 68 is nice, it's comfortable. If did I make this too low? Yeah, I did actually. God, it's so hard being this dumb chat room. Actually, we should put this on top of, not that. So now the question is, how do I power this dispenser? Ooh, we are getting quasi'd. Aren't we? Because this block is getting powered. And I believe that block is, yep. But does that matter? It might not matter. Hang on, let me big brain this. Let me big brain. Okay, so this is only on when we are out of fuel. If we are out of fuel, then... If we are out of fuel, then that is on all the time. Okay. But if we are out of fuel, we won't be creating any new things that need to be smelted because we're out of fuel, which means that we won't have anything that needs to go into the trash, so it's okay if it becomes powered. Yeah? Take care, James. So does that quasi-power actually matter? I was born, it could get down to -50 Celsius. Where did you live in, like, northern Serbia? Once it hits like 75, it's too hot for me. I much prefer too cold to too hot. Oh god, I much prefer too hot to too cold. I would much prefer hot to cold. I'm so done with the cold. I'm so done with the cold. I'm putting it out there in the world. I'm just disappearing this winter. I'm just putting it out there. Like, I'll just probably become like a hitchhiker or something, and I'm just gonna go like hitchhike south for like the winter months. I've warned girlfriend that if I just disappear suddenly in the middle of winter, it had nothing to do with her. I still love her very much, and I'll be back in 4 months. I will migrate south, damn it. If it's too cold, you put on some more clothes. If it's too hot, you are too hot. Yes, but only to a point. There's a once it gets too cold, your muscles start to slow down.
Even if you put on more clothes, then you get the weight issue and like you feel constricted, you feel suffocated. So like the too cold makes it hard to do things like to overcome the apathy, right? Because getting out of bed in too cold is hard. Getting out of bed in too hot is easy. Moving around and doing things that need to be done in too hot is still easy. But moving around and doing things that need to be done in too cold, you're either constantly fighting the cold or you're fighting the clothes that you need to be wearing in order to stop you from being too cold. It's always a challenge with too cold, whereas it's only a challenge with too hot every now and then. Come visit Arizona. Winter is the best time to visit. Don't play with me. I will crash on your couch for 3 months. Don't even play games. I feel the opposite. If I'm too hot, I'm much more lethargic than when I'm shivering cold. I see. That's interesting to me, but I'm the opposite. Every now and then, who wants to move at all when you're just sweating from just sitting around? You're crazy. Yeah, I mean, like, just drink more water. You'll be fine. Like, let's go do stuff. The cities become alive in the summertime, even if it's like up to a point in heat. But like, if we're talking like 40-degree cold, so not even that cold, cities just stop moving. You forget what your neighbors look like. You forget what it's like to like hear the laughs of children in the nearby park. If it's 40 degrees out, which isn't that cold, then like cities clam up and just nothing. But if it's hot, let's say it's like 95 degrees, which is much hotter than 40 degrees is cold. At 95 degrees, you still have children running through the parks. You still hear, like, you still see people riding bikes. You still, the world agrees with me. How cold does it get there? About once a year, we'll get into the negatives. Maybe twice a year we'll hit negatives, so like -5. But for the majority of winter, it's in the mid-teens. See, Levi, boom! I just went biking for an hour and a half at 90 degrees in sun. I'm fine. Just drink water. Put on sunscreen. You're right. I think it's a pandemic. Nah, it was this way. I mean, I'm 30 years old at this point. I'm an old man. Let me tell you about how it was back in the day before the worldwide pandemic. That's exactly what summer is like here. At a certain temperature, you go from home to car to work to car to home. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. But the threshold for that, I believe, is much higher for heat than it is for coldness. Like at like 40 degrees, people just go home to car to work, work to car to home, right? And just do nothing else at 40 degrees. But like in the high temperature, so like say like 90 to 100, people don't do that. People are still out and about. Like, yes, at 110, people are like, no, I'm done with this. And then they don't do anything. But if you're comparing like 110, the rough temperature for like 110 converted into coldness, I would say is like 20. And that's not even that cold. Like, you can get way colder than 20. What about an area where it's like constantly 40 to 50 degrees? I mean, I only have the perspective of the Midwest, right? And then the odds and ends that I've traveled throughout the country. So here in the Midwest, people are active, I would say, between 55 Fahrenheit to like 105 Fahrenheit would be what I would say that the people in the Midwest are at least in like our area, are comfortable moving in. And that range seems like that range is slanted in favor of it being hotter than colder. So like I wanna do things. I want things to be open. I wanna move around. I meant to you. Would a consistent 50 degrees be too cold for you? Let me show you something. Okay, I'm gonna show you this. I gotta find the right Google search. I figured it out. I've already figured out the punchline for this. Okay. This is the answer. I have the answer here. This is the answer. We're all moving to Singapore, chat room. And this is why. Okay? In January, the highest high is 87 degrees Fahrenheit, the lowest low is 76. 88 to 76 in February, 90 to 77, 90 to 78, 90 to 79, 89 to 78 in June, 88 to 78. Look at these temperature ranges! This is such a sweet, it's so tight! There is no fluctuation at all. It is consistently like 85. Alexa, what's the temperature in Singapore right now?
Right now, in Singapore, it's 79 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's 79 degrees Fahrenheit in Singapore. Shut up, Alexa. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. It's 79. Look at this. 87, 76, 88, 76, 90, 77, and these are monthly averages, right? Like, if, I don't know when their winter and when their summer is. I don't know when that is. Because, tell me, look at this graph and tell me when's their winter, tell me when's their summer. I have the answer. We're all moving to Singapore. It's just gonna be nice year round. It's gonna be, January, you wanna go for a walk in the park? Sure. You wanna go for a walk in the park in June? Sure. You wanna go for a swim in December? Sure. There's the answer. We're moving to Singapore. I have the answer. So if I just suddenly disappear, I'm going to Singapore. Deuces, chat room. Like, I'm out. We out. I'll learn the language. Hey, hang on. Alexa, what language do they speak in Singapore?
The official languages of Singapore are Mandarin Chinese, English, Malay, and Tamil.
Okay, Mandarin Chinese, English, Tamil, which I actually know this, that's their local language. But due to the prevalence of like the Chinese and American economies, they also speak like Mandarin and English. So I would be able to get by, probably. So we're moving to Singapore, chat room. That's the answer. Bring your setup with you. Yep, that's all I need. That's all I need. I'll just mail it to myself. I've warned girlfriend. I've told her, like, I love you very much. Please come with me. We're going to Singapore. Still not sold on Singapore's level of humidity? Hang on, I didn't even look at it.
Dude, look at this. It's exactly 12 hours of daylight every day. Your internal clock would be so clean. That would be the cleanest internal clock. All the rich people live in Singapore. There's a reason. Look at this. Okay, looking at the rainfall though, you could probably guess where like their spring months are. So it's probably like November through January is their spring months. 8.7 to 11.7 to 8.3, that's gotta be their spring months, right? Okay, Cosmo had a real Minecraft-related question, so let's pull around. Singapore doesn't have summer because it has humid time and dry time. Yo, I'll take it. Unrelated to temperature, pulling us back into Minecraft. Do you have any tips for people like me that keep dying in the darn nether? Okay, so bring a... Oop, I didn't mean to throw that out. Bring a block that is atypical to the nether. So like cobblestone is really good for this. But bring a block that's atypical to the nether, and use it to make pillars, so that way you can find your way out. That's the first one. So like make a little 2 or 3 tall pillar. You know the fires that Gondor lit whenever they needed Rohan's help in Lord of the Rings? And if you don't know, tomorrow we're gonna have a Lord of the Rings marathon, so you should tune in for that if you are unaware. Anyway, Gondor needs some help, so they light some pillars on fire, so that way they can get a message across the country very, very, very quickly. You're basically gonna do that through the nether. Make some small pillars, so that way you can like, you follow those pillars to find your way home. That's the first tip. Second tip, don't use swords. Use an axe. Okay, so the reason that you're going to use an axe is because swords have the sweeping issue. So if you accidentally sweep a zombie pigman, and soon to be a zombie piglin, you are going to aggro every zombie piglin in the area. That's probably very hard for you to deal with. If you use something like an axe instead of your sword, it has a slower attack speed for sure, but you don't have to worry about attacking and aggroing every zombie piglin in the area. What else? Any golden apples that you can bring with you is probably a good idea. So go mining for a lot of gold for at least your first 2 or 3 trips. Combine that gold with a bunch of regular apples that hopefully you got out of the patented Nims tree farm. Here, we'll make one real quick, actually. Where did I put the gold? There's the gold. Okay, and so anytime you would go to fall into the nether, or excuse me, into the lava, you're gonna pop a golden apple. Right? And that's going to give you a little bit of absorption and quite a bit of regen, which will hopefully provide you with the time to get out of the lava. Because you haven't been to the nether yet, so you're not going to have fire resistance potions yet. So, if you fall in lava, golden apple your way out. Also, bring stacks of ender pearls for the same reason. So the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to eat the golden apple if you fall in lava, and then you're going to want to teleport out. But teleporting isn't that easy, and you need to be able to calculate your aim, your trajectory, and all of that funny business. I would definitely start by eating the golden apple. However, if your reaction speed is good enough, you might be able to just whip around an ender pearl, right? Lastly, try to avoid pillaring. Or bridging, that might be a better way of saying it. So try to avoid bridging.
because that's just asking for a gas to knock you off, and then you fall in the middle of some lava lake. So depending on what your issue is, hopefully I've given you a tip that could help with that. Cauldron with water works in the Nether? I don't know. I don't know, actually. So how do I detect the items out of this guy and then also power itself? I also have a problem finding a darn fortress since they sometimes aren't in plain sight. That's just a rough aspect of the Nether, and that's going to get even harder in 1.16. Yeah, there is some direction that you're supposed to be able to travel that you are most likely to... How is a cactus over here? Oh, that's kind of interesting. I guess we need to string a bunch of our cactus. There's some distance or some direction that you're supposed to be able to travel in the Nether that's more likely to find a Nether fortress than the others. I don't know what that direction is, though. I'm kind of glad that we saw this. Neural. Reducing my world lag by a tiny amount more. Do I need to do that for all of the cactus that exist in my world? What's up, buddy? Ooskal! How's it going? Anyway. How do I detect? How do I detect and by extension destroy the items that end up in this hopper? Or excuse me, in this dropper? I mean, I could just go down one more block, but then what would happen there is I'm adding one more hopper to the world, and I really don't want to add any more hoppers than absolutely necessary because our world MSPT is already at 20, and I really want to keep it at 20. Miss Castle with a hydrate. Hello, I see you. What does this string do? It prevents the cactus from growing. It prevents the cactus from growing. So that way, we don't have like item entities that pop off. And it might actually save, like, I don't know I don't know how cactus growth is. Let me rephrase. I don't know what the footprint of cactus growth is in world lag. So I know that it's random ticks, and the cactus has to receive 16 random ticks before it could grow, right? So those random ticks that it's checking, does it stop doing that check when I place a string on top of it? And then because there's a string on top of it, does that mean, because there's a string on top of the cactus, does that mean that those random ticks stop? And does that then mean that I'm saving on whatever lag footprint that those random ticks took? It makes sense on paper, but I don't know if that's how it actually works. Okay, so we've still got this issue of how do I detect when an item ends up inside this dropper, and then how do I destroy it? Eyebrows. Chill.
My dude. Hey, that wasn't very nice. I'm gonna use a different block to represent a different circuit here because this is just getting, like, this redstone is so tightly, tightly compacted that if it doesn't work, then I don't want to accidentally destroy something that was part of a different circuit. Nims, do you enjoy tea? Just as someone who lives in the UK, I need to know. No, tea is gross dirt water, and I don't drink tea. I don't drink, aka, I don't drink dirt water. Dirt water equals tea. It's now been typed into chat, so that way it's official. I just made so many people angry. Oh, look at that wave of unfollows. Am I a coffee person? Coffee equals stronger dirt water. So no, I don't drink coffee. I don't drink tea. I don't drink tea. I don't drink tea. No. You calling tea dirt water? I mean, it kind of is. So is coffee. I'm not completely wrong. Yeah, water is superior. Just give me water, or I'll take lemonade or orange juice. Those are the best. So, I mean, so what it really is, and Castle actually got the real answer that I was just about to say. Tea is just fancy leaf water. And coffee is just like bean juice. It's not, it's such a strange thing. They're both such earthy flavors in their like raw state before you overwhelm them with sugar and cream, that they do just taste like dirt. Dane. Okay, well, I don't like chocolate either, so it's all good. Like, at least I'm consistent. But how sweet do you like your lemonade? I like it tart. I like your cheeks to pucker. I want, like, just give me lemon water, and I'm on board. Like, how's orange juice made? You just pulp an orange juice? Just give me, and girlfriend will confirm this. This is a dark confession here in chat room, but like, yo, if we have lemon juice in the fridge, I'll just take like shots of lemon juice. Just because I enjoy the flavor. I'm not even joking. Like, nah. Wow. How did I make my iron golem farm with the mouse and keyboard? That was such a dismissive answer. I'm sorry. That was a dick response. The iron golem farm, Hey, you put that block back where you found it, bud. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, the Iron Golem farm. It's you've got 3 villagers, 3 beds, 3 workstations, and then you have a block in front of those villagers, so that way they and then you have a zombie in the center that the villagers can see. But then you put a block in front of the villagers and put the villagers inside of water, so they're constantly like bouncing up and down. And so as they bounce, they can see the zombie, and then their line of sight to the zombie is broken. So when they jump, they see him. When they fall, they don't see him. Jump, see him. Fall, they don't see him. And then that puts them in this like panicked, not panicked, panicked, not panicked state, which causes them to spawn iron golems very quickly. So 3 villagers, 3 beds, 3 workstations, zombie in the middle, and then you have a block that breaks and reestablishes their line of sight to the zombie over and over and over again. How we get this boy powered? Boyfriend eats lemons and limes like normal people eat oranges? Y'all are nuts? See, that's a bit excessive for me. I don't like limes, though. Like, they're alright. But it's just like... it's too much. Lemons are great, though. I'm gonna steal your joke? What do you mean, what joke? Well, taste buds change from preferring sweet to bitter as we age, so it isn't a bit of an acquired taste from being a kid. I haven't liked chocolate in a very long time. Chocolate tastes like chalk. Like, it's way too chalky. Like, some chocolate, so when I guess I should clarify my perspective on chocolate a little bit. Really, really, really high, expensive milk chocolate is good. Is really good. But most chocolates, most like Hershey's, most like candy bars, most things that are flavored chocolate, like ice cream and whatnot, just taste like chalk. Right? I don't know what it is, but it's like, it just tastes like chalk. So yeah, like, I'll pass on eating like brown chalk. And that's what like 90% of chocolate tastes like. Whenever you buy anything from the grocery store, whenever you get a chocolate thing from a restaurant, whenever, everything just tastes like chalk. It's like chalk flavored chocolate. But if you get like that real good milk chocolate, that's actually pretty good. That's really good. So I don't know if it's so much so that I dislike chocolate as I dislike chalk. And almost all chocolate tastes like chalk. I hate to say it, but as a fellow American, most chocolate in the USA is utterly shit, is awful. See, I think, I was very fortunate, and I had a friend that lived overseas, and they sent me a care package a long time ago, which included their chocolate. And I was like, oh, this is it, I'm done. Your chocolate is infinitely better than ours. Like, and then I could never not taste the chalk in our chocolate again. So I don't know, man. I had it ruined for me, I think. Chocolate. Chocolate. That was funny. That was a good joke. Props for that joke. so the issue that I'm running into here, and every time that I like build this out in my mind, I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get the power back into this guy. Wait, didn't we have a similar problem with the some aspect of the tree farm? Like where I needed to go underneath? We might be able to use this system. Forgot where it was. Shh, don't judge. But see, we then run into a different problem, is like... yeah, this is tough, dude. It's like I've got to have a torch here to power this guy. Oh, hey, Echo Company with a 400 bid tip. Dude, you have been every stream. You have been just super consistent, my man. Thank you for, like, so much love and support. That's wild. I've got to, like, invert that signal. Did you hear that crack? That was my neck. My torch is powering the comp. Oh god, it is. I didn't even see that. How do we get this? There's got to be a solution, right? Maybe the solution is something like this. And then if I were to power... If I were to power that block, does it do anything? What is this? That's got to be the block that repeater sits on. Yeah, it is. Okay, so that's not going to diagonal power. So we only have one quasi. So I could go like block here, and then I could put the torch on this block. Okay. And then we could... What did I just break? Okay, it just didn't break. Okay, good. I also have to be careful underneath this guy because this is powered as well. Like, say it's powered. Where are my damn honey? Where are my scaffolding? Okay. We can't do that. We recently watched The Incredibles in Discord. That's good. How do you draw out the OBS notification for tips, follows, etc.? It's in Streamlabs. Streamlabs. And then like Streamlabs allows you to do like all of that stuff. Are you going to upgrade to 116 when it comes out next week? 110%. Yo, let me show you this real quick. Let me give my brain a rest from trying to figure this out. Okay, so in 116, the big goal is what? Finding netherite. That's gonna be the biggest thing. And I think that chat room has like a donation goal that if they hit, then I have to make the first netherite thing. I make a freaking netherite hoe, which, yeah, which would just be so fitting to name that, to make that netherite. Anyway, so you want to find netherite, yeah? So we've been doing a ton of research and a ton of preparation and how to do that most efficiently. So we've prepped a bunch of TNT, and we're continuing to prep even more TNT so we can just blow the crap out of our nether, so that way we'd be able to find tons of nether, well, tons of ancient debris
because ancient debris, and I see your 2 hydrates. That way we can find all of the ancient debris and get all of the netherite super duper quickly. In addition to that, we've also managed to build a shulker that's just full of efficiency 2 diamond pickaxes, because that's the level of efficiency that's needed in order to insta-mine netherrack, so that way we can build huge branch mines through the nether and then fill those branch mines completely with TNT and beds. So that way we can just explode the crap out of it. We've also done a bunch of math, which I don't know where this math disappeared to. Hey James, where'd you post that? Where'd you post that screenshot? Oh, James left. Anybody know where James posted the screenshot? There it is. We also have done a bunch of math to figure out the optimal distance that you should place your beds down and then explode them to uncover the maximum number of blocks, therefore finding netherite or ancient debris as fast as possible. We did a bunch of math there. In addition to all of that, we then built a automatic potion brewer, so that way we could get 1 billion freaking potions of fire resistance. So that way we could swim through lava lakes. And continue our search for netherite ore or ancient debris. And because beds are probably going to be the best way to explore the nether. Oh yeah, we don't need this anymore. The best way to explode the nether, we're gonna set up a bunch of shulkers. See, this is just beds on beds on beds on beds on beds. That's 277 beds is what that is. I got the notification set up on screen, but I want to draw out the time it's on screen. You mean make the duration last longer? There should be a little slider inside of the same Streamlabs page. There should be a slider for it. So 277 beds per shulker. We're gonna blow the crap out of the nether. We've also got a spare beacon in there, ready to go, so that way if we can explode all the way to the roof, we can set up a bunch of, we can set up a beacon. It's gonna be lit. Hang on, let me get this last hydrate. I'll see you, Echo. I think Nims wants a netherite beacon. I want a little bit of netherite. Just a little bit. No, let me in. Like, put me in the crawling position. Yeah, buddy. Okay. I mean, so then really what I need to do see, this isn't great either. Because there's a chance that the dropper shoots the item out at such an angle that it doesn't land on the cactus. That would be a huge beacon. I sent a thing that should work if I got the spacing correct. How would you go up? Oh, I never considered that we could go into the block above it. I never considered that we could go into the block above it. Yeah. Okay, let's give it a try. The tree might have just had a big brain moment. Thank God there's somebody in here that has more than 2 brain cells. Because dude, my 2 brain cells, they're just fighting right now. They're just duking it out. They're battered and bloody and bruised and broken and some other B words that I don't even know. Have a spider web. Those are good for keeping drop bits under control. Ooh, I mean... But then wouldn't that make the item entity last that much longer? I mean, I guess that might not be that big of a deal, though. Anyway, let's finish. So it goes a block. I'm totally copying this block for block, half of what Tree sent me. Oh, wait, no, that should still work. Wait, no, it wouldn't. Because this is a repeater back, and we would be powering the filter that's next to it. Yep. So this does not work because we would be powering the filter that's right here, which would open this up, which would break the apple filter. However, you still might be onto something. We could still go up, just it'll have to be from a different spot. Nope, that wouldn't work. Uskal, take care. Have a good... Also, RIP Fish Farms next week? No. Fishing farms are gonna be fine. Fishing farms are gonna be fine. Okay, so we need to quickly, because I already went through this explanation once. Fishing farms have 3 drop tables. Okay, so you have the fish table, the junk table, and the treasure table. Okay, so the fishing farms have fish, junk, and treasure. Okay, in 1.16, and I'm just gonna simplify this. Get rid of the treasure table. Okay, so then you'll only be able to catch things that are fish, and you'll only be able to catch things that are junk. Unless you build a hyper-specific type of fishing farm to be able to get the treasure out of it. So really, fishing farms will do fish and they will do junk, and then you'll have a new thing that will likely be called a treasure farm, like a fish treasure farm or some derivative of that, and then that will still be able to do the fish, junk, and treasure tables. So fishing farms, so let's clear this. So, tiny fishing farms will have fish and junk. Okay. Treasure fishing farms will have fish, junk, and treasure. And that's what's changing. I'm paraphrasing this a lot. Obviously, there's a lot of mechanics that are going to be at play here. There's going to be a lot that like needs to be considered, but yeah. Can't put I just saw your new screenshot tree. I can't put redstone on top of this block because the torch will power it. Gotta head out, gotta go to work. See you guys for Lord of the Rings. Take care.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it for the entirety of Lord of the Rings because I think that we're gonna go join the BLM protests in KC. I think that's either Saturday or Sunday, though. Thinking. So we've got to be able to get the signal up and into this guy without any problem. Which probably means that we have like a repeater here. It's such a tight constraint. Also, this is the Minecraft community. Remove one farm, but the community finds 3 others. Very true. Now, but they didn't. In this case, it will just be a loss fishing farm, which is good though, because fishing farms were way too strong in their current iteration. Way. So insanely strong. And they're also not super healthy for like overall game longevity because the fishing farm was so strong that you felt like you need to do it, and they are play the game by not playing the game. This wouldn't power anything, right? Nope, it would get powered because this comparator powers the block, which would power the redstone here. So that doesn't work. I'm keeping an eye on the ones that you post. But yeah, that wouldn't work either because 2 redstone out, so it'd be redstone here and then another block under, and then so it'd be redstone there and redstone here. But that back redstone would get powered by the comparator that controls the item destruction of this guy. Now a question though is, should we shift the item destruction of this guy? Oh, I can't click it anymore because I put that string in there. What if we were to spin it? So that way it's not quite so in our business. Yeah, let's try spinning this, and maybe that'll free up some redstone space, and then we will actually be able to build the things that we want to be able to build. Also, caffeine. It's a hell of a drug. They remove zero-tick farms, which is good because more creative designs. Agreed. For the same reasons that like creative farms were a problem. I think that, or excuse me, zero-tick farms were a problem. I think that fishing farms were also a problem. They were too powerful and detrimental to the overall health of the game. Okay, so we're gonna undo a lot of this stuff, so that way we can get a little bit cleaner of an area that we can see to work in. So I need to take to make sure. Nope. Okay. Would literally be exactly the same thing that we already had set up, but it should now be pointed the other direction. Yeah.
So if we're to put a bunch of like blocks in here. Okay, it's clearly more than that. I don't have anything else I'd really be willing to just test on it. Alright, so hopefully by shifting that redstone, it frees up a lot more space that we're able to use here. I agree with you. Zero ticking and fishing farms made 90% of the actual game obsolete. It goes straight from day one to end game. Yep. So yeah, I'm very happy that they got rid of both of those mechanics. I'm admittedly a little sad to see fishing farms go. Zero ticking I think was just outright garbage. But I'm a little sad to see and like the community, in my opinion, should have never really used zero ticking, because zero ticking was based on game code and not based on mechanics, which is a little, that feels like an exploit to me and not just like a clever thing. It's like you found a glitch in the code and let's break the game code, which is exactly what zero ticking was, a glitch in the code that allowed for a thing. It was not an intentional mechanic. Fishing farms were not based on a glitch in the code. They were just clever. But the things that fishing farms gave you were too powerful. So the cleverness of fishing farms made obtaining those items too consistent. So I'm a little sad to see fishing farms go, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm okay with it. Game code equals game mechanics. Strong disagree. Strong disagree. Take RuneScape for an example, right? You used to be able to use an item on a furnace and then get 2 items back. Do you think that was an intentional choice? It was in the code. Obviously, it had to be in the code. But was that an intentional choice or some sort of accidental oversight? Of course that's an accidental oversight. It's not an intended mechanic. You could maybe argue, the best argument that you would have is it's emergent mechanics, which is what quasi-connectivity is. It's an emergent mechanic, but it definitely wasn't intended to be in the game. Whereas the items that you could fish up from a fishing farm were 100% intended to be in the game. But, we're too, because we figured out how to auto-fish, fishing farms were balanced under the idea that you had to manually fish. But because we could auto-fish, the drop table was then too strong. So the fishing farms were nerfed so that way we would hurt the people that would auto-fish. So what we call AFK fishing. Didn't jump. Why didn't I not jump? I'm just gonna say that I was lagging, even though I wasn't. But I'm gonna say I was lagging to justify my poor Minecraft ability. That fishing farms just gave fishes food. What does it do? Fishing farms have 3 drop tables. Fish drop tables, junk drop tables, and treasure drop tables. So fish drop table is exactly what you would expect. That's cod, salmon, clownfish, pufferfish. Junk drop tables are things like leather boots, bowls, water bottles, sticks, string, ink sacks, tripwire hooks, things like that. Lily pads in 1.16, lily pads will be moving into the junk category. The treasure category is full of things like enchanted bows, enchanted books,
That's really the two most powerful things. So the treasure category has enchanted bows and enchanted books in it. In 1.16, they will add a bunch of conditional rules that will make it much, much harder to auto fish from the treasure category. So to simplify that, all the fishing farms that we use today will lose the treasure category. They still work. You'll still be able to catch all of your fish and all of your junk, but you will not be able to catch treasure with a fishing farm today. With one of the designs that we use today. We will be able to make new designs that can catch stuff from the treasure category, and we already have. They're already out there. So that's what's changing. And Grog kind of expanded on that a little bit. You occasionally got extremely powerful bows and books. So you could catch things like Protection 4 books, Unbreaking books, Mending books, Power 5 books, you know, the whole nine. So theoretically, all you needed to do to like break the game is to just not play the game. So you built a fishing farm, you got your first fishing rod, and within the first 65 items, you would then hopefully catch a fishing rod that had mending on it. And then you just stop playing the game for like 2 or 3 days. You just let your AFK fishing farm catch you everything, and by the time that you come back, you would have, you know, a Power 5 and Breaking 3 Punch 2 Infinity Flame bow, and then you would have, you know, enough enchanted books to be able to fully enchant your armor with things like Protection 4 and Breaking 3 Mending, Aqua Affinity Respiration, Protection 4 and Breaking 3 Mending, Feather Falling, Protection 4 Mending, and Breaking 3 Depth Strider. You would be able to set up all of this off of just a fishing farm. And it was wild. It was way too strong. So they've pulled that back. If I wanted to make one just for the food aspect, would it be hard? Nah, dude. I'm not trying to self-plug here, but like I'm gonna self-plug here. So if you go to my YouTube page, one of my most recent videos is like fishing farms. And so these fishing farms are obviously designed to work in 1.15, but they'll continue to work in 1.16.
Yeah.
And so like this is a fishing farm. No, wait. Let me get my fancy screenshot. That's a fishing farm. Completely. And like really look at this, because it's a wooden fence, 3 wooden trapdoors, 4 wooden trapdoors counting the trapdoor on the bottom, 4 wooden trapdoors, a pressure plate, and a sign. That's a fishing farm. They are ridiculously easy to build. So fishing farms will work in this fishing farm will continue to work in 1.16, but it will only get you fish and junk. It cannot get you treasure. And then like in this video, I also have, see, and there's another shot of that same fishing farm. They're wildly simple. So like, yeah. To then upgrade this fishing farm, so that way you actually have like a collection system in it, you would do something like this. So then it becomes a hopper, a barrel, 4 trapdoors, a sign, a pressure plate, your fence, and then either glass and iron bars, right? And it's just tiny. And then the biggest one, and this one, so the problem with both of those fishing farm designs is they don't work with weather. So they don't work with rain, so you lose your rain bonus. So then trying to figure out a fishing farm that does get you the rain bonus is a fishing farm like this, where you use tripwire instead of a fence pressure plate. And then this does get you the rain bonus, so has even better rates. And this one, of course, works with fish and junk items, but for the same as every other modern fishing farm, it will not work with treasure. So it will only be fish and junk.
in which case you will be able to get all of your food. Are you going to build a witch farm eventually? It's on my to-do list. Yeah. I really like the standpoint Mojang has to automation now. Remove an exploit if there's no good alternatives. Let it in if there aren't any currently, like TNT for block breaking. I hope that they eventually get rid of TNT duping and sand duping by extension. I really think that mechanic stifles different types of innovation. However, I recognize that you can't get rid of TNT duping until you get rid of, or until you provide some viable alternative. So really what they need to do is they need to allow dispensers to be movable, is what needs to happen. You need to be able to set up a flying machine that has a dispenser that can come with. That's what needs to happen. And then they probably, at the same time that they put that in, they probably need to make the TNT recipe much cheaper. So it's okay that it's gunpowder. That's fine. We could build creeper farms. We could build darkroom mob farms. You could build witch farms, all of which provide you with plenty of gunpowder. But sand, that's just like obliterating a desert. And even then, it's not fast. Not in the grand scheme of things, because yes, you can insta-mine sand, but sand, one, is affected by gravity, which slows it down a little bit and makes the insta-mining process a little slower, and two, the TNT recipe is 5 gunpowder, 4 sand, which means that every 4 sand you mine is only 1 TNT block, which is still really slow in the grand scheme of things. I want TNT out of the game, but I recognize that you can't remove it without adding something else in. So the things that if I was the developer, I would make it so that way you could move dispensers, and I would make the TNT recipe cheaper. That's what I would do. Can you make it anywhere? I'll definitely watch the video after the stream. You can make it anywhere, but the rates get better if you put it in certain spots. Yeah. Whether are ridiculously dangerous to try to manipulate to destroy blocks. Like, absurdly dangerous. And there's no, you can't, not to my knowledge, you can't set up a flying machine that has a wither on it to then destroy like large swaths of land. How do I get redstone? I have some villagers that sell me redstone. Redstone. And then we also have a darkroom mob farm that can spawn witches, and then the witches drop redstone as well. So a combination of those two things. I don't go mining for it. Renewable sand? What is sand? Sand is, in real life, I believe sand is just dirt and like rock particulate and shell particulate, right? Which villager gives redstone? Clerics. So like, I don't know, maybe you make coral. Allow you to turn coral into sand. Silicon 2? So what's the equivalent of like silicon in Minecraft? Quartz. And quartz is semi-renewable now. That would put a huge bottleneck on quartz. So I don't know, craftable sand would be weird. In my mind, you would just make sand by converting coral down into sand or something like that. I don't know. I wouldn't ride or die on that though, I'm just spitballing here.
not shell. Dirt and gravel makes one sand. That's interesting. I've seen a data pack that makes husk drop sand sometimes for skyblock, so you have infinite sand. That would be pretty cool. A husk, adding sand to the husk drop table would be suitable. I think we've actually talked about that before. What about an underwater composter type thing that can make sand? Yeah, I assumed that your autocorrect went crazy and was like, oh yeah, no, let's just make the Holocaust. And it was like, that does not seem right. So the problem here is I can't power this block, or else the repeater will pull the signal out of it. So we will probably need to direct the signal like this. We could probably condense this down to like target blocks in 1/16 though. Target blocks are gonna be insane for redstone, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this, but like we're about to hit a revolution with compact redstone because of compact blocks and dot versus cross redstone. Like we're about to pop off. That's all I'm gonna say is redstone's about to pop off. Like it's gonna be slimestone all over again. It's gonna be better than honey blocks. It's not gonna be as grand as honey blocks, but it will be better than honey blocks because honey blocks enabled some like really big slimestone builds. But big does not necessarily mean new complexity, right? So what we're actually getting is much more complex than slimestone, or than honey provided to slimestone. So that works. That works. I think we might have it here. I hate trying to stand on top of scaffolding. We can't have a redstone dust here, so we can go torch here and then dust there. Is this viable? Okay, let's see what happens. Now, does it empty completely? Yeah, it empties completely. And are we capable of filling this area around it entirely? Let's go get some glass. Also, with all the hydrates that you guys made me drink, I have to go dehydrate now. Time for some dehydrates. I'll be right back, chat room. Remind me whenever I sit back down that we need glass. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Just catch up in the chat, talking about editing your messages. No, you can't edit on PC. But like, because of the live nature of it, of this, you know, social experiment, if we're being honest with ourselves, I don't think being able to edit a message would be good. Because I think that you would be able to say some pretty heinous stuff, and then you would be able to retcon the heinous thing that you said. And it would make it much harder on like the moderation system. So I just don't think that I struggle to see a solution where you would still be able to, where like people that have like edit macros, because we got to think about what the people are going to use, because 90% of people are going to do it are just going to be like, oh, hey, I'm going to fix a spelling error, right? But for the 10% of the population, we know what this 10% will do. I worry that the edit function of an existing message will allow them to abuse. I think that I worry that there might be room for abuse. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. Maybe it's still worth it to put an edit system in, and then you also have to put in some sort of like moderation system where the mods can see what the message was changed from and changed to, so that way it could be properly moderated. But we would have to be really careful, because I think an edit system could open new avenues for abuse. That's all. Yeah, somebody says something offensive and determines whether it was a joke. I'm joking, right? But the reaction, exactly. Hey, Nims, you want to hydrate? I just dehydrated. Why are you doing this to me? Mr. Noob, how's it going today? It is a decent Friday. Do I consider chess a sport? I think that sports should be broken down into two categories. You have your traditional physical sports, which are things like baseball, lacrosse, football, soccer. I'm American. Be mad at me. I don't care. You know, to things like rugby and like long distance running is definitely a sport. Like tennis is a sport. Absolutely. And even things like yeah. So actually, maybe there's like 3 types of sports in my mind, but like trying to split hairs. So this is my internal opinion and not an opinion I would try to push on society. So there are 3 types of sports in my mind. You have the athleticism sports, which are things like, which are displays of human, I'm going to say athleticism again, but displays of human athleticism. So you have things like long distance running, you have pole vaulting, you have American football, you have, you know, the rest of the world football, aka soccer. You've got things like rugby, you've got things like tennis, you've got all measures of athleticism would fall into this first category of sporting. Then you have things that are like secondary athleticism or like manipulative, are still physical demonstrations of human capabilities, but augmented by like basically heavy machinery. So this is something that's more like NASCAR, right? See, I don't even know. NASCAR is such a weird outlet because I'm trying to think of something else that's comparable to NASCAR. Like, is what is that? Polo? Is that the game where you play on the back of a horse? You still need a lot of athleticism for NASCAR and like Formula One racing and like, what is it? The Isle of Man motorcycle races that happen. All of those are not quite the same as traditional human athleticism, but
so different enough to be a different category, but still definitely a version of sporting, right? And then you have a third type, which is like the mental type of sporting, where it's much more about like your knowledge than it is your raw human athleticism. And so this is where I think like esports fall and chess falls. Absolutely, yes, I would consider them a sport. Yes, and I would say that no sport is better or worse than any other type of sport because they're all measurements of different top ends of what humans are capable of doing, right? Like Usain Bolt, I don't know if he still is, but he at least was the fastest person alive, right? But do I think that Usain Bolt could sit down and play a game of chess at the same level as a grandmaster chess player could? Nah, probably not. It's a different type of, and do I think that that chess master could even compete even on a percentage of what Usain Bolt can do? Nah, definitely not. They are different measurements, and like even inside of the same category, so like Usain Bolt against Michael Phelps, they are both insane in their specific categories. But do I think that they could compete with each other? Nah, Michael Phelps can't run, Usain Bolt probably can't swim. So is any one better or worse than any other? Absolutely not. They're just different measurements of what the human experience can do. So I would say that yes, chess is a sport. Is it the same type of sport as sprinting, as, you know? No, of course not. But they are all measurements of what humans are capable of, and I would then consider anything that pushes the boundaries of what a human is capable of in a competitive environment is a sport, yes. And I see the hydrate. Let me find my water bottle. It's all the way over here. Would you then consider demolition derbies? Yeah, I would consider demolition derbies the same sort of thing as NASCAR. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah, sure. By my definition, yeah. Okay. Anyway, did we finish this before I had to go dehydrate? Is this done now that I got the glass in place? It's kind of hard to say because we haven't had any cactus come through. I need to be able to see this thing actually work. It's actually really close to being able to work because it's what, like a stack and a half that we need. So yeah, I would consider chess a sport. I would consider esports a sport. And as much as I hate baseball, as boring and monotonous and tedious of a sport as baseball is, I would still consider things like baseball a sport. Baseball is the most boring thing ever, chat room. It's so boring. And golf is a cheerleading sport? Yo, golf is more interesting than baseball. Actually, that's not true. Golf and baseball are pretty boring. And golf and cheerleading sports? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, is gymnastics a sport? Because cheerleading at its highest level is just gymnastics with different rules. So yeah, absolutely. I don't even think that's a question in my mind. It seems so obvious. Now, there are... Everybody is going to have their own preference for what type of sporting event interests them. And I don't think that there's anything right or wrong with that. Dude, you don't have to have the same brain configuration that I do. If you thoroughly enjoy the nuances of golf, then like, you're a little crazy, but fine. If you like baseball, you're wrong, but I'm not gonna fight you on it.
I'm like, I don't know. This kind of gets into like the boomer thing of like, it's different from the things I like, therefore it can't be good. And I say that not as a stereotype, but I say that as a person whose parents have actually told them that. If that makes my parents a stereotype, then that's fine. That's probably true. Yeah, we can wrap this up. This Silk Touch, it is. Silky subscribe. Get a disagree about chess. Requires no reaction time, physical dexterity, or the like. It's purely intellectual. No physical attributes. Affect outside intelligence. Affect potential like an esport. I mean, but I would say that you don't need to have... there doesn't have to be a physical attribute necessarily associated with something in order to be a sport. It can be purely intellectual. It could be, because I would define a sport as anything that pushes the limits of the human experience. I would not define a sport by a physical measurement. So chess absolutely is something that pushes the limits of the human experience. What is it? If you're 5 turns out in chess, then you're 2 turns behind, or something like that. Like, you absolutely need a wild amount of mental acuity in order to play chess at the top end. And to play at that level, it absolutely pushes the limits of the human experience. I mean, if you don't think that that's justifiable to be called a sport, then sure. I guess I could... I mean, I see your perspective, but is your perspective splitting... I don't know if splitting hairs is the right word, but is it... Where would things like competitive... What about poker by that same logic, right? Because poker and chess, we have to say, are roughly the same thing. There's no physicality in any of those definitions. There's no reaction speed. There's no nothing. It's pure mental fortitude. So how would poker and chess fall into your definitions then? Then you're making your own definition. Oh yeah, I opened by saying that, right? I opened by saying that this is not the definition that I would push onto the whole of society. My opening thesis statement had that inside of it. This is my own internal opinion. Somebody asked me if I would consider chess a sport. And based on my own internal definition, I would. I would also consider things like poker a sport, since I thought of that. Physical is the foundation for the term sport, an activity involving physical exertion and skill that is governed by a set of rules or customs and often undertaken competitively. Yeah, I mean, sure, that's the traditional definition, but like, definitions of words change. Language evolves to represent the opinions of the people that use it. So like, am I part of the evolution, or am I part of a branch that will become irrelevant? You know what I mean? I think we can destroy this now. I was double checking before I just did it. I don't think there's any risk. Yeah, I think we're good. Maybe I should have let this sit a little longer. before we destroyed it, because the current one is not running yet. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I don't even care about the honey blocks. Oh, that's so much wood. Maybe we'll come back for that. Maybe we won't. Poker and chess are games, which IMO is seen as pejorative. I don't know what that word means. Hang on, Google search. Pejorative. Expressing contempt or disapproval.
Pejorative.
You disapprove of them. I don't understand what that means in that context then. IMO is seen as contempt or disapproval. That doesn't make sense. Seen as contempt or disapproval, which is why participants are trying to get them relabeled as sports. I think you're doing the thing that gets fast food prep workers renamed as sandwich artists, honestly, but I don't have any negative stigma about gaming that I'm trying to overcome. That's an interesting perspective. Trying to understand. Okay, so there's multiple arguments embedded inside of there. So first, I think that the perspective that trying to rename fast food workers as sandwich artists is disingenuous to the conversation that we're having, because that is an entirely different conversation that has to do with like minimum wage and the like living below poverty lines in the wealthiest country in the world. I think that is false equivalency there. But trying to step back and look at the point and not split hairs on you, in that it is redefining what a sport is. So I would defer back to language changes and language evolves over time. Yes, I would agree that traditionally sports were measurements of physical exertion. I would totally agree with that. That's the ye old definition. But things grow and evolve and change over time. Language changes and the meaning of words changes. And as it does, new things could be included and new things could be excluded. So then you need to break down what is the root of what sporting events were supposed to be. And that's where I disagree that I'm relabeling sports, because the overall theme of what sports were supposed to be is measurements of extreme human possibility. Being able to run the furthest, being able to run the fastest, being able to jump the highest, being able to be the strongest, right? Be the something-est, right? I think that's the core of what sports are supposed to be. I think that a modernized version of est could be the clever-est. I think that you could include smart-est. I think that you could include a number of new ests that would then make chess and poker and intellectual games also sports. So it really depends on what you believe the core origin of sports was. So yeah. I gotta catch up in chat. That was a very complicated thought that I had to try to think. I think that chess is a game, but I can see how chess.com and PogChamps would be considered an esport. Esports have never been conformed to traditional definition of sports. Yeah, and again, this is based on somebody asked specifically my opinion, not my opinion on society, because that's different. Because I can hold opinions that I think you can hold multiple truths. So I can have my internal truth, but then society can have a separate truth. So my definition of what I would consider sports doesn't need to be the definition of society's. That doesn't need to be society's definition of sports. So anyway, let me catch up a chat. Soccer sucks. Evan in my class goes crazy about it. I tried it a long time, got a bit better, but I still kind of hate it. I mean, again, that goes back to not all sports are for all people. You don't have to like the same things I do, just as long as I mean, this then goes into like a world philosophy, right? Of like, just because you don't like it doesn't mean that other people can't like it. Pejorative, like people who call them games, look down on them and don't consider them to be a valuable use of time. Okay, so that's what his definition was. Okay, so I did respond to it correctly. Sorry for the long post, the last one. The term game is seen as a way to make what esport types do as worth less than real athletes. Like, it's, oh, I do a real thing, you play games. So they're trying to get the term sport because it's seen as a societal good. If the word sport can apply to chess, then what word then relates to game based on the potential of human athleticism? Then that allows them to have their own accurate, exact, and universally understood term. Sport. Yeah, sport. one word can cover, and then that one word can have it can be an umbrella term. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to create an us versus them, or you don't need to draw lines. All of them can be sports, and you could just use an umbrella term to say, and then what type of sport are you referring to? Literally is only like 10 syllables. So like that's not that hard of an umbrella term to then define. Sport. Yeah, that's the word I would use from everything from human athleticism all the way down to intelligence-based board games, or like tabletop games like chess or poker. Yeah, and I mean, Yoke furthers that is chess has been recognized as the Olympic Games Committee as a sport since 2000. So the definition of sports will continue. I mean, just like all things in life, right? It'll continue to evolve. I came over here to do something. Oh, was it to put string away? But there's no room in here. And there's no way that there's room inside the fishing farm either. Yeah, no.
and the day sport was coined, intellectual pursuits that express the highest points of mental capability were called things like logic, and the highest capability of language was rhetoric or understanding of science, as I understand it, of course. And yeah, it's just a philosophical banter all about our POVs. Right, okay. Sport was coined, intellectual pursuits were called like logic, and the highest capability of language was rhetoric, or of understanding was science. I mean, I think that we're just gonna have to agree to disagree here, because again, in the days where it was coined, if you give me 20 minutes, I could find hundreds of words that mean a completely different thing based on when they were coined versus our common use of them now. If you give me 20 minutes, I could find hundreds of words that no longer mean the thing that they originally meant when they were coined. Language changes, language evolves. To include games of mental acuity into the umbrella term sports is likely to be, in my opinion, here, I'll even remove the likely, is, in my opinion, the next evolution of the word sport. And if that's something that you just disagree on, I think that's just our line. I think that we'll just have to agree to disagree. I can't get that in there. That makes me sad. Nope. I already have like 2 stacks, so I'll just trash that. A pretty interesting conversation, though. It's nighttime. Let's sleep. Hello, Jezza McGuire. Greetings. Okay, I think that the redstone of the cactus farm is completely set up. We definitely have, the smart dispenser set up. We've got the lever properly set up. We've got the overflow being destroyed on a cactus. It's just a question of when we hit critical mass, and we're about a stack away from critical mass. And let's fake critical mass real quick. This is fake critical mass. Can I sneak these in somehow? Okay, so these should come flying through, actually up here. And then they should land into this hopper, which they did, and then they should get put in this hopper, which they did, and then this hopper should feed them into the furnace, which this furnace will continue to run for as long as there is fuel greater than, nope, that's the wrong spot. For as long as there is fuel greater than, what is that, 12 times 6? So that's like 72%, but it's 12 times 6.66666. Alexa, 12 times 2.666.
12 times 2.6.
No, wait, that's wrong. Never mind. I said it wrong. Alexa, I was wrong. Alexa, 12 times 6.666.
This might answer your question. 12 times 6.666 is 79.992.
79.992. So we're just going to say 80%. So this should continue to run as long as we have greater than 80% fuel reserves inside of this hopper. So considering that this is 5 stacks, that makes it very easy to find what 80 is. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. So as long as we have greater than 4 stacks, the redstone should continue to stay on. So this redstone should continue to stay on until we fall, and it looks like we fell below whatever that threshold was. And the redstone is now off. So the redstone is now powered, which is stopping this hopper from feeding. Wait, where are we pulsing? Interesting. I never considered this possibility. So it can't dump its inventory because we don't have the fuel reserves required. Because the fuel reserves are putting the dispenser into a quasi-powered state, which means that it can't see this pulsing happening. That's super interesting. I mean, obviously this will fix itself once we have the fuel state required. And we have completely paused our furnace at this point. See, there's no new cactus entering. So we have 54 cactus in there, but we also still have, we have more cactus ready to go. We have another 53 here. And new cactus is getting added. So this is continuing to work correctly, with the exception of this clock. And this actually doesn't do anything. Why did we place that? So how do we fix this? I probably need some sort of thing that shuts off the detection clock based on when this torch is powered. What is that? What would that system look like? I think that this needs to be changed to a barrel. And then we need to hit... Okay, I think I have the solution. So I need to make, when this line is on, it needs to power this repeater the same. Which would be to take that signal and run it diagonally down into this area. Does that make sense? And so that way this would be powered, which would put a 15 signal into this. So let's see, just conceptually, what would a 15 signal do? No, come on. I'm back. Did I miss anything? You missed a lot. Like, so much so that chat's probably exhausted and they're just waiting for the next thing. So we powered this. We're subtracting now a signal strength of 15 permanently, not intermittently, so it would pause this system. But to get this torch to move down. Okay, I'm gonna try to paraphrase. But I don't want to rehash the conversation. So I'm gonna try to paraphrase. Is chess a sport? Okay. It's kind of like an extension of are esports a sport? One potential argument, one perspective, is that sports are only a measure of human athleticism. The other argument is sports originally were a argument of human athleticism, but have since evolved to humans being the best at anything. So obviously chess is not a measure of human athleticism, but it is a measurement of a different type of humans pushing the limit of what they can do. And so the nuances are interesting to tease out, and that is that was the soul of the conversation. Okay, so yeah, basically I need to get this torch's power to power the back of this redstone line without powering this dropper. Because without this, it's just going to sit there and pulse for forever. Because it's being quasi-powered by the block here. And see, this is going. I wonder if all that bamboo is still in that hole over there. There's no way it is, right? Yeah, no. We're not rehashing it, Shilowan. You missed your opportunity. So I think I need to take this dropper, change it to a barrel, and then... So what is this dropper? I need to figure out what this dropper signal out strength is, so that way we can make a barrel have the same signal out. Oh, hey, I guess we'll still need these. Alright, so now I need to go get a barrel, and I need to go get a bunch of items. You know how many diamonds you got, buddy? Only like 30 blocks. It's not that much. Only like 30 blocks, give or take. Yeah, 32 blocks, 12 ore, 6 plus 5. So like, however much that is. But if you're counting stuff like diamonds prepped, then like, that's just a shulker full of pickaxes. I believe that this is like a half full shulker of shovels. A third full. Does that feel good? Is that enough diamonds? I don't know. Who knows? Okay, so we need to figure out, it is 7 plus 32. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 32 gives us a signal out of 12. So we now need to match a signal out of 12 in a barrel. Obviously going to take a lot more. Whoa, I'm dumb. Hang on. We dumb. I don't need to go get more blocks. We just need to break one of these blocks apart. Look at that. 9 stacks. Okay. There's 11 to 12. Probably don't even need that many. Probably don't even need that many. Oh, hey. Okay, maybe we did need that many. Okay, there we go. We got a 12 to 12. Hey, Nims, I'm bored. What semi-big farm should I make in my world? You should make an even larger cactus farm, bamboo farm, so that way you can push them together. And then make a giant furnace experience array. And then you should make the skeleton experience farm in conjunction with the skeleton experience farm and see if you can beat me to level 500. Try to beat me to level 500. By the way, never craft your tools. You could easily trade 1 emerald for any diamond tool armor. Really? Can you trade 1 emerald for diamond tool armors? Really? I didn't. Wait, this is 1 cod. What's he doing with this cod? I'm gonna smack you in the face with a fish. Hang on. 1 emerald. 1 emerald. Wait, cod for 1 emerald? Whoa! Look at that. Oh, but then, dude. Ah! Look at that! I'm obviously joking, but like, yes, I'm very aware. So yeah, or hang on, we could do this a couple different ways. Let me pick up these cod again. I don't need these diamond boots. We're just gonna let them despawn. Okay, so now 2 cod. Wait, 2 cod. Big brain. 2 cod this time. Ready? Ready? There's a shovel, and there's a pickaxe. Oh yeah. I just traded 3 fish for the equivalent of 4, 7, 8 diamond. Yeah. And then we're just gonna we'll just leave them. It's fine. Dang, dude, how long have you had this world? It's right there in the title, except for this. 34.85 days since last death, and total time played is the same thing in a hardcore world. So I am on day 2,773, so, 10 days further than the title of the stream. And then we are at level, we started at 407 today. We did some enchanting. We made a fishing rod in preparation for 116's changes to fishing farms. So. Yeah. What's for dinner? I have no idea. If girlfriend set something out, and then, I'll make dinner, though. What was your second biggest hardcore world? I wouldn't even say that I've had a second biggest hardcore world. This world has been so successful that I don't think that any of my other worlds, any of my other hardcore worlds, would even compare in size and scale to this one. So if this is my current 100%, then my second biggest hardcore world, I would not even register as 1%. That makes sense? This is my drowned farm, by the way. This entire thing is just a drowned farm. If this is my 100%, and this 100% keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger with each additional thing I build. So if this is my 100%, even right now, the next largest hardcore world that I've ever had would not even register on this scale. Can that fit in my inventory? That's what? 9, 18 plus 5, so 23? 8. No, this is 7. 7. No, I don't have 23 inventory spots. You seem like a very good dude. You deserve my follow. Also, how long do you stream every day? Well, thanks!
I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you. I start at 2 p.m. Central. 2 p.m. Central. And which is like, I think we're -5, sometimes -6 GMT, depending on daylight savings time. And then I stream until, I don't know, my fleshy human body says you're done, which is typically like 4 to 5 hours, because I don't take breaks on stream. So I stream 4 to 5 hours straight. Sometimes we go a little bit longer though. Here, we can actually take a look. Hang on. There's this new button on Twitch that allows you to see. It's really, really new. So like a lot of people don't know about it. So here's my own channel, Sick. So in this own channel, see, you'd be able to scroll down and you can see like donate and wish list and subscribe and Discord. You should join the Discord, push that button. You can check out the merch, which I don't know why my Teespring merch store isn't loading, but you could click this button and you can check out the merch that we have, which is sick. You can see the YouTube and the Twitter and the rules and whatnot. But if you click here, it takes to like my about page, and then you can see the same thing, but then you can also see schedule. And so right here with the schedule, you can kind of see how long we stream for normally. So you can see I do start very consistently at this 2 p.m. mark, but I stream until 6:30 to 7-ish, which is, 4 to 5 hours, exactly like I said. Sometimes we get these really long streams that you can see, but this went to like 8:45. So yeah, there you go. Sick. What'd you do before streaming every day? I worked on YouTube. So again, if we go back, hang on, let me pull that back up. So if we go back into this like little about section, you can see my YouTube page here. And it actually sends you and asks you if you want to subscribe. But this is my YouTube page where I've got, 164,000 subscribers. I've got 43.2 million total views. And does it show you still how many total videos you have uploaded? I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't think it does. So then I was working on YouTube. Yeah. Close. I said close. Villagers are overpowered at big scales. They kind of are, but only a little bit. I think villagers are overpowered only in hardcore, like only in hard and hardcore difficulties. Villagers are not overpowered in standard, like easy and normal difficulties. Because the only reason that they're super overpowered is because of the ability to zombify them repeatedly, and zombifying villagers repeatedly is not possible. You would have to be insanely lucky. So I guess it is possible, but it is ridiculously, infinitesimally small chances of being able to do it consistently. So villagers are really only broken in the hard and hardcore difficulties because of the ability to repeatedly zombify the same villager. Okay, so we're just gonna throw, no, not the rocket, but the diorite. Is there anything else that we don't absolutely need to have in our inventory right now? Golden carrots are kind of nothing. Torches are kind of nothing. I'm trying to open up as much space so that way I can fit all of this in my inventory. So I need, again, 9, 18, 23 blocks. So this is 7, 14, 20, 24. I think that's it. I think I got it. Yeah, look at that. We can do basic math, chat room. Are you proud of me? Look at me, dude. Okay, for a moment, we're gonna break this farm, but we gotta be quick, and then it should be all right. There's 23 stacks. So 9, 18 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 23. So we're good to pick up the rest of this now. We don't need any of this iron. There's so much iron. And we definitely just let through some cactus, right? This has got to be running. Yeah, we let through like 13 cactus. I get depressed when I die, even when it's not hardcore. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a very sad day when we lose this world. It will be. We'll have F's in chat. We'll probably feel lost for a little bit because in this world, I mean, look at all the things that we've got built, right? It will likely be heart-wrenching when this world finally dies. See if I can get that nice FOV. Like, with the drown farm in it. Like, it will be sad. We've built so much. Missed. But it's gonna happen, right? And then we get to start the next one. And then we get to do things like maybe we explore the Aether mod again. So that way we can kind of prepare ourselves because, where was that posted? Somebody made like a meme of me. It's the, I freaking love this. If you guys want to just, I love this so much. You guys have made 2 memes lately and they're amazing. Absolutely amazing. So here's one of them. They hired the dude that made the Aether mod. They did. So, I love this so much. So if we did lose this world, you know, maybe we start another hardcore world and see how far we can push that one. And I think we'll build on a grander scale in the next world. Like, I don't think instead of building, you know, like an all-in-one base like we did here, I think that there will definitely be some things that we build very similar that will end up being very similar. Specifically, I think that the tree farm, the melon farm, the fishing farm, basically the AFK room will be almost exactly the same. We'll probably get rid of this and we'll build this to a grand scale, the netherwort farm. But a small scale cobblestone farm, that'll have to be the same because I don't want to have to worry about, but we'll probably build this to like some sort of larger scale so that way I could insta-mine more stone to the ratio of wolves. We'll still probably have the tree farm. We'll have to build, you know, the skeleton experience grinder. We'll have a fishing farm in here. We'll still have a tree farm in here. We'll still have a cobblestone generator and a pumpkin carver in here. I'll probably take the netherwort farm out and build that to some huge, ridiculous scale, like several hundred blocks. Probably layer a bunch of nano farms on top of each other. And I just go absolutely wild, go huge, take over some like 300 by 300 area instead of this being like, you know, 50 blocks by 100 blocks. So in the next world, I think I would go just insane scale. And see, that could be interesting. I've never built to insane scales. Maybe you get the recognition like Philza. Yeah, was he, out of curiosity, I know that he has that big, I lost my 5-year hardcore world, which I don't necessarily agree with because it really depends on this number. It matters this, total time played. Because if he only played on it for 10 minutes a day for 5 years, is that really a 5-year world? No. But what if you played on a 5-year world for, 3 hours a day? Well, then that's a much more mature world, right? Is 3 hours a day for 5 years, is it equal to, is it equal to 10 minutes a day for 5 years? Absolutely not. So I'm very curious on what his actual playtime was in that world. Would you share this file with us before it dies? Yeah, I do back it up every, I don't know, say 2 or 3 days, just in case we have world corruption, because I don't want to lose the world to world corruption. That would not be a fun narrative end to this world. However, if this world dies because I die, oh yeah, then it's staying dead for forever. That's it. We lost it. Soul Flavor says the memories are equal. So you think 3 hours a day for 5 years versus 10 minutes a day for 5 years are equal because the memories that you generate in those worlds are the same? No, I have a wildly different perspective than that. If I die because of a glitch or bug? Yeah, no, that's still a death, right? So like earlier, maybe about a week ago, I accidentally threw an ender pearl and it clipped through a wall and put me in my drowned farm's kill chamber with a bunch of drowned. Technically clipping through a wall with an ender pearl is a bug. But if I would have died, that would have been it. I think it depends on what type of glitch. I don't know. Could you name a glitch that would be an acceptable glitch to roll back a hardcore world? Could you name one? Because I can't. Anyway, from this point, not you. See, so this is just going to continue spamming, even though that this is off. So how? Yeah, see, we're not smelting because I just don't have enough bamboo, which is perfect. We don't want it to be smelting because we don't have the bamboo. But if it's going to be shut off, it needs to be shut off. So I need to take this signal and probably will just be these 3 blocks. I need to take that signal and push it into, do I have any more? Okay. I'm actually gonna get some other block now, like diorite, other than diorite or granite. Do I have any andesite ready to go? I mean, technically, right? Because it's a 3rd circuit now. Maybe, well, I was like, maybe we need some stairs and slabs, but we'll just jump that bridge, cross that bridge when we get to it. So, that's so good. Uskal did such a good job. She really did. And then I saw this one from Gregory the other day. This one made me laugh too. This one got me. Nims, it's hard being dumb. I am a dumb. I'm a big dumb idiot. Also Nims. So anyway, one of my viewers made this graph to show how my world works. Jeez. That one got a laugh out of me too.
I died once because the spider went through the fence. Not in hardcore though. Nope. I would say that that's the end of a hardcore world. I would count it. Nims is the dumbest smart person I know, or the smartest dumb person. Yeah. My brain is very good at like one thing. Like I own it. It's true. Also, I would describe myself as relentless. So like I don't give up easily, and I'm very, very, very firm in my beliefs. Actually, I don't think I want to throw those away. So if I believe redstone is possible, I will sit there and beat my head against the wall until I figure it out. So I just need to take the signal out here. And somehow, when this torch turns on, shut off everything else. Wait, am I actually dumb? Does putting a torch next to a comparator change what the comparator does? No. No, because this should be subtracting 15 if it did, but it's not. Is it really that easy? Do I just get to move the torch? Did I just shift my blocks in that dispenser for absolutely no reason? I think that I can literally just put the torch here. And it works exactly the same. I think I can just move this torch, literally, just move that torch from that spot to this spot, and it works literally exactly the same. Except now we get our thing. Glitch that results in reload from backup. You log in and you are falling in the void for no reason. You got it. I would reload from that. Yep, that's a good example. I think that's happened to me once in like my history of playing Minecraft, so it's super rare. But yeah, I would reload from that. I can't believe that the solution was that easy. We went through all this effort to like prove that the like output signal strengths were the same, and then we rotated over to a barrel, and we did all of that effort. And literally the only thing I think we needed to do was to shift the torch. I was Gregory on Discord because old account. Well, dude, that was amazing. You could also change your nickname in Discord, so that way it represents your Twitch username. I would actually prefer it if you did that, so I could refer to people in the you know, because Gregory G, whatever his name, whatever your old name was. See, I would have no idea that that was you on Twitch. And so I wouldn't be able to have that conversation with you. And so like the knowledge of you being a part of like the community and being able to hang out, I don't know, you're, I don't know if this makes any sense, but like my perspective of you changes whenever you are able to link those two things together, and I know that it's the same person, because then I'm able to actually build, like in my mind, I have more of a concept of who you are as a person, and so I'm able to actually like hang out with you better. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. Geo Rigai? Okay, so we've got the pulse stopped. So now what we need to do is we need to see what happens when we finally hit critical mass and bamboo again. So we're gonna fudge it. Don't worry, foreign name. Yeah, and I'm probably butchering the pronunciation.
We gonna fudge it. Can you change name on Twitch? Yeah, I think so. It's a process, though. It's not super simple. I believe it's like emailing Twitch staff, and you have to go through a process, and you can only do it like twice, and it's a thing. Oh yeah, we put it in right here. And actually, I think we need another stack. It's somewhere at like the 17 mark that it should turn on. I want to get up there so I can properly watch. Okay, so it's that redstone up top. Okay, so it turned on one time. And then I don't know if you saw that, but this redstone here on the side was triggering while it was... That's cool, dude. That's so cool. So in that brief moment where it shut off, this redstone was allowed to trigger. Now, that still might not be enough, because look at how... Trying to think of the wording. Look at how far behind we are on Cactus. I'm just gonna put those in there for like temporary, so that way we can get this thing into a good state. And a little bit more. Obviously, I'll pull these torches out at some point, but I just want to continue the testing, so I have to kind of fudge my rates a little bit. And now any new bamboo will go to the furnace. And see, now we're at that 17 mark. And we get like 22 at a time. So 23 and 23 is pretty fair of a result. I could I could just put them in. And see, in this window, we're getting some pulses again. And we're destroying, see, we're destroying that green dye, which is perfect. But how much Cactus did we just let in? A full 64. I gotta make sure that this doesn't like hard stall. And see right there it stops. Except it doesn't stop because we still have 64 cactus that we need to go through, which is why we create the buffer here. Let's kind of alleviate some of the cactus that we're sending in by opening that back up. So I'm trying to get these guys into homogeny with each other. This might just be something that I need to set up and run overnight, and just to be able to tease out the intricacies of it. One of these days, I need to get another Twitch account and just be in chat as someone that isn't me to try to fool Nims in chat. I mean, it might not be a bad idea to have two, especially as a mod, to have two Twitch accounts in chat. One as a, you know, it's like a plain clothes, like security guard or something like that, right? Anyway, and he made me cautious. He will assume every new guy is you. Nice. Samantha says, I started taking your advice. I have a villager produce farm that feeds a villager breeder, but one of my villagers keeps popping out the little trapdoor cage every night, so it's not been successful yet. Just hoping to follow a tutorial, but now I'm researching mechanics for myself. All of the villager breeder designs that currently exist, that I have seen, and we went like 30 designs deep on YouTube, and we went from like the most relevant search results backwards, right? None of them were good. None of them were good. So yeah, you're gonna have a little bit of a hard time with villager breeders. Catching up in chat. Can you reset villagers' trade by making them a zombie? I actually have no idea. But like, why would you do that and not just sleep? Like, if he's stuck asleep and get back to the 3000th hour, so that way he'll see his workstation and open back up. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Zombifying them is so much more complicated. Okay, so this is stalled, even though we have items in the dropper. Furnace is still chugging away. Does this guy stay? See, we can just add those in. It's not that big of a deal. I have just a room with a redstone clock and food and beds in it. You don't need beds for villagers, by the way. I don't know if that's what you were going for. Unless you were trying to go for, well, for a villager trading hall. They don't need beds to be able to reset their trades. They only need to see their workstation. So no bed. No bed. But for a breeder, they do need beds. Yeah, who are you gonna meet during a pandemic? Yeah. $26 cactus, prepped and ready to go. We're slowly counting down here, but this is off, and so this is off. So how many cactus is this? This is gonna be 34, so 34 plus 31 is what, 65? It looks like it will reach like a balance. Like every time it opens up, we're gonna get, you know, a bunch of cactus in, but then the last batch of cactus will be thrown out. So it seems like the dispenser will be one batch behind always, which is a perfectly fine state to be in. I mean, the US is reopening right now, but we're having one of the highest surges in cases that we've had now after we're trying to reopen. See, so we've got the 36 in there, plus the, well, 37 in there, plus the 28 here, so 65. And now when the next batch would come in, which would just reset up to 20, it'd be like 22-ish. Yeah. 2.5 items times 22 is, I mean, 40. So it's like 50 cactus should be coming through at any point. Maybe a little bit more cactus, more like 50, 55. But as long as this dropper can spit out 55 items faster than this furnace can smelt them, then we should be all right, yeah? Well, what time is it? Alexa, what time is it in Israel?
In Israel, it's 2:16 a.m.
It's because it's 2 in the morning, my dude. I think I'm good here. I'm gonna use my sword whenever possible. Curiosity killed the Endermite. So, I don't think that there's anything else that we could do other than just wait for it to reach critical mass on both cactus and bamboo, right? I think that... Oh, I guess we can fudge critical mass, because we've already fudged critical mass with bamboo, and so we could fudge critical mass with cactus, which is just putting, you know, putting these items back inside here. Super interesting stuff. I think that we just need to let it run, right? And let it all fill naturally. We'll leave it a stack down. Okay, so what are the other things that I'll need to have prepped for 116? I don't have any more rockets. What are the other things that I'm going to need to have prepped for 116? Probably a lot more beds. 277 beds does not sound like a whole lot. So bed is just a bunch more string. We could also try to push for more more TNT. Try to get that done. Okay, let's go for beds real quick. What am I building? A cactus experience farm. A cactus experience farm. So I'm smelting cactus automatically, so with bamboo. So I have a fully automatic bamboo farm and a fully automatic cactus farm, which I am then smelting the cactus down into green dye. Every time we smelt a cactus, 1 experience is stored inside of this furnace. I could then flick this lever, which then holds an item in the furnace, which allows the player to pull the item out. And at the same time the player pulls that 1 item out, they would also pull out every single experience that the furnace has generated over the course of its life. Well, since the last time it was emptied, rather. And then I've been working on making that system intelligent, so that way it knows how many items it has, it knows how much fuel it has, it knows how much cactus it has, it knows when it needs to be destroying items, it knows when it should be, where they should all go. I'm basically building a bunch of like
checks and balances into the system, so that way it runs smoothly over the course of its life. When does 116 come out? Next Tuesday, June 23rd. So very, very, very soon. Are there 3 Hobbit films? Yes, there are 3 Hobbit films. There's only 1 block? How much more could you add? What do you mean, 1 block more, add more? So this is my bed shulker, so I need another bed shulker. So this is what I'm gonna go for. I want more of this. And we should also finish cleaning up the portal room, because we're gonna be running in and out of that a lot. So the first thing is a crap load of planks. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. 9 plus 4 is 13. 13 stacks, so that's 4, 8, 12. More than 13. Okay. Oh, well, that didn't work how I wanted it to. Okay, that's good. Need a bunch more crafting tables. I'm fine with 48. And then string. That made it fall. Put one of these shoulders up. We're going hard, chat room. You know, I put up the wrong one. It's so hard being this dumb. Is there any way of doing that quicker? Damn. That's another 277 beds. It's 54, so that's 554 beds that we've got now. Are you AFKing tonight? Very likely. You think 100 beds will be enough? What I'm kind of expecting is that we'll go... So we've got all of these pickaxes, right? And each one has 1,500 durability in it, yeah? So what I imagine is we go 1,500 blocks out, which actually we'll only be able to destroy... We'll have to destroy 2 blocks at a time, so it's halved. So we'll go like 750 blocks out, right? Because that's how far you can get on a single pickaxe. And then we'll draw like an intersecting grid, and at every other intersection, we will place a bed, right? On average, how many beds equals netherite? I have no idea. But I'm going hard, like why not? I have infinite resources. So I imagine that I should be able to take, you know, 1 pickaxe and make a line. And then if you think that each pickaxe makes like a line, like a branch, and then I come back and I make another branch from the other way, so I make a bunch of north-south branches. A bunch of them, all properly spaced. And I just dig until my pickaxe breaks, and then I do it again, right? And then I will have, say we use half
of our pickaxes making north-south branches. And then we turn around and we make a bunch of east-west branches, right? So now I have a bunch of grids. Basically think of it like an empty player inventory. So I've now dug where what I've dug is the line. So now I've got a bunch of grids and I've got a bunch of lines for all the branches that I've drawn. So I'd place a bed here on my cursor, not at what's highlighted, but on my cursor. So at this intersection, there's a bed, 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 bed. Does that make sense? So I need to have enough pickaxes to to dig out all of these lines, and then I need to have enough beds to then explode every other intersection. And that's what I'm going for. So we have plenty of pickaxes, I think. But only 277 beds, and now 554 beds. Do we really think that that's going to be enough? I mean, we could probably math it. Like, if we think that we make 13 branches one way, 13 branches another way, or 50. Wait, what it would be? Yeah, it would be 13. I was right. 13 branches one way, 13 branches another way. And so how many intersections is created by a 13 by 13 grid? I mean, we could actually count this. Maybe I do have too many beds. Paint. We're gonna MS paint this. Okay. So I have 1. Oh God, that's not a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Can I not copy this? Clone it? Oh, there we go. Okay. 4, 8, 12, and I need one more. Okay. There's 13. Okay. And then I need 13 branches going the other way, right? 1. And they will be tighter, actually, because these ones are going to be like, I think it's like 15 blocks apart, whereas these are going to be 8 blocks apart. Something like that. So 2, we're going to have to manually do these. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so this is what we're basically going to carve out in the Nether. And then every, on a grand scale, this is talking like the scale from here to here, like this scale is going to be something like 700 blocks, right? And the scale from this direction is also going to be, so it's a little lopsided, but you get it. So this is a huge scale. Like, we're talking like hundreds of thousands of blocks of cubic space. Audubon, how's it going? I saw you last night. How's it going, JPS? See ya, Spire. I'm catching up a chat. Yeah, the Bilbo Baggins from The Hobbit, or excuse me, Bilbo Baggins from the Lord of the Rings died like 2 days ago. Yesterday, something like that. Your base looks so cool. I have a medieval village that I built in my survival work. Thanks, man. Nims is now on MS Excel streamer. What's up, Luke? So if we think the number of beds that we want to place, we're going to place them at every other intersection. So it'll be like here, but not here. And so this is what we'll do for beds. So what's the math on a bed in every other intersection on this grid? What is this math? Somebody do the math for me, so I don't have to count all these little circles that I'm gonna put in here. Hopefully I can just clone this. Oh no, it makes a little, it's not transparent. Damn it. All right.
85 beds on alternating intersections of 1313 would be 169 intersections. Can you show your work? Anyway, this is something like what we're going to do. And so yes, that we're gonna have a tiny bed that we place in each one of these intersections. But the bed will explode an area roughly like this. And this scale is actually really perfect for what area we will be detonating. You know, remember that my scale is slightly off, but it will detonate an area something like this. And look at how little, and again, my scale is bad here, but this first, these first three are a really good representation of what the expected void is between the space. Like, look at this here. That's all we're not going to view. We should be able to view everything else. Yeah, you can see that this is not a good... 13 times 13 is 169. 169 divided by 2 is 84.5. Is that really as easy as it is? But that's not the number of intersections, right? Because it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It is 13 intersections. Okay, I'll take it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, 13 by 13 intersections is 169 intersections. But then we go every other intersection is roughly... So we're way overkilling it for beds, is what you've now stated. So we need way more pickaxes. So we've got 554 beds and only pickaxes to do maybe 100 explosions. Probably less, because there's gonna have to be some infrastructure tunnels that we dig out in order to be able to get at a scale this large. So what you're saying to me is we need way more pickaxes. Okay, yeah, sure, I can do that. All right, I gotta assume the gamer position. I gotta lean forward now. Or some unbreaking on some picks. Yeah, but that's gonna take experience, right? To enchant those pickaxes. Yeah, this is a good representation of what we're planning on doing to the Nether. If, out of curiosity, if I could, no, I don't want to save real fast. I want to see if I could get this to copy cleanly. Actually, here, let's do it in the middle real fast. I just want to see. So technically, if I had drawn my scale correctly, it would be something like... It would be something like this, if I had drawn my scale correctly. See, I'm now doing my circles relative to their correct scale, and you can actually see how the spacing is very consistent. So anyway, I'm curious if we could then clone that. No, not Windows. Step off. And then you could see how, no, it's so scuffed. You can see how it's supposed to overlap. You get it, we're done with this. We're done with the paint. So we need way more pickaxes. 554 beds. I haven't actually enchanted a regular pickaxe in so long, I have no idea how it works. We're gonna find out, chat room.
Nice blueprints. Yeah, thanks. I'm super hyped for 116 though. It's gonna be a blast. Get it? $382. Efficiency 4. See, it dropped me 3 levels. And all it gave me was efficiency 4. That doesn't seem worth. That doesn't seem worth it at all. I mean, maybe. And now, okay, curious, wait, curious, hold your breath, or don't. I'm not your boss. Okay, how much does it cost to enchant something with Unbreaking 3? Actually, we shouldn't test against this diamond pick, we should test against, what are these diamond picks? One of these efficiency 2 boys. 3. So the same 3 experience, or the same 3 levels could have resulted in an Unbreaking 3 pick. Which would quadruple the durability. We go from 1500 durability to 6000 durability, effectively. We go from 1500 durability to 6000 durability on the same pickaxe for the same 3 levels. Why would anyone use traditional enchanting? Is it still 3 levels to an efficiency 4? Dude, it's still 3 levels for efficiency 4. What? So, Are we about to like enchant all of our pickaxes with efficiency 4? Or excuse me, with Unbreaking 3? Enchanting doesn't use levels, but XP. What? I literally just enchanted, James, and it took 3 levels. I went from 382 to 379. And like, what? I don't understand what the difference between experience and levels are. Add mending in 2 and you'll get XP from quartz to repair as long as you go 2. I mean, we do have mending, but like, how much would it cost to then add mending on top of the unbreaking? Right here's mending. I think we might be about to lose like 100 levels, if I'm being honest. I'm thinking. So a 6,000 block, or a 6,000 durability pickaxe would be able to go 3,000 blocks. I guess we need to give ourselves a sense of scale. How far is 6,000 blocks? Well, 3,000 blocks, because it would have 6,000 durability that we're digging in a straight line 2 blocks. So then we would have, you know, it'd be half of 6,000, so it'd be about 3,000 blocks out. So how far is our furthest branch mine that we've done in the overworld? And remember that this will all be insta-mined too. Ooh, we'll be insta-mining, which means that we'll need a huge store of carrots as well. I don't think any of these were like actual branches. I don't think I did any branch mining. And none of this is like true branch mining. I don't think I've ever been branch mining in this world. This is like a specialty type of branch mine. I've strip mined, and I've done specialty mining, but I've never properly branch mined. Maybe like here? I mean, see, this is only like 50 blocks. Yeah, I don't think I've ever branch mined. Oh, okay. I'm debating the merit of going out that far. A 7 by... Or a... How big of an area would that be? 13 rows against 13 columns. "13 rows against 13 columns will translate to... I mean, so this is our scale that we're using. This was made by our lovely James Workle. So each... So we need to figure out if we make a... So, okay, we gotta pull up the paint again. Because it's not actually going to be a 13 by 13. It's probably going to be something like a 9 by 17. With the number of pickaxes that we have. So... So we've got to pull out this, and we've got to pull out paint. No, come on, Windows. Paint. Okay, so if we think that we're gonna have the exact same, so this row and this row are going to have an 8 block gap. So this is right here, 8 blocks, right? And then, the gap, he didn't measure this, but we need to measure the distance between this explosion and this explosion. So 1, 2, but thankfully he did make this out of easy to count blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So yeah, 11 plus 11 is 22 with a remainder of 1. So I should have been able to figure that out. So we will have a, so the distance between this and this will be 11. And then that's our true system. So then we have an 11 block gap here. So I now need to add, how many pickaxes do we have? We have 27 pickaxes. So I now need to add 27 lines at 11 blocks of gap and at 8 blocks of gap. Doing this in Excel would actually be easier because then we'd have consistent lines. And like a consistent scale. I mean, you see the problem, right? So we're gonna have more, we'll have more in this direction. Than we will in the, so in the east-west direction, we're only gonna have like, I don't know, 27, so what's the ratio of 8 to 11? And so then we need to find that same ratio of 27, right? That's what it would be. Yeah, it would be the ratio between 8 and 11, and then we would need that same... Alexa, what's 8 divided by 11?
8 divided by 11 rounds to 0.727.
727. So 70... No, that can't be right. I was gonna say like 72% of them should be here and then 27% of them should be here. That's not right. Oh no, we need to draw 27 lines. How do we draw 27 lines? Somebody that's smarter than me, help. They're becoming more and more diagonal as I go through. We'll uncover about 20,000 blocks? There's gotta be more than that. 27 times 1500 divided by 2. Oh, that's just how much durability we'll need. That's how much durability we'll go through, rather. No. What is that asking? 27 times 1500 is how many pickaxes... Oh, blocks of 2 high tunnels. You describe it there. God, I'm so dumb. So what's the ratio? How many rows will we need to dig? I don't know. I think we'll just ballpark it when it happens because I don't know how you would, I'm sitting here trying to think about how you would figure out that math and I don't know what that math is. This is absolutely the way to do it though, but just figuring out the ratio given our constraints. I don't, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I should just make a bunch of tunnels, you know. I should make like a giant L bracket over here. Like this is a giant tunnel here. And this will be, you know, my, kind of think of it like my scaffolding, right? And then we just scale from this point. And then every 11 blocks through here, we dig across. And then every 8 blocks through this, we dig up. What are you trying to figure out with the 23? Well, the 23 is actually just a measurement between these two beds, which would be the equivalent of the measurement between a bed here and a bed here. So this is a measure of 23 blocks. That's what the 23 is measuring.
But what we are actually interested in is the measurement between each east-west branch. So the distance between this tunnel and the distance between this tunnel. So what is this? Which is 11. So this distance here is what we're actually interested in. So 23 is just 23 and a half remainder of 1, which is exactly what that distance would be. Let's see, so this is where we place our beds. Yeah, I think that we're overcomplicating this a little bit. Because I think that we just run with the grid. We set up, I don't know, like 5 tunnels each direction, and then we just go. Right? Maybe we set up more like, we know that we're gonna have, let's choose a relatively arbitrary ratio. So we have 27 pickaxes, right? And let's say that out of those 27 pickaxes, we go, half would be 13.5. So let's round. So obviously we're gonna need more tunnels on the 8 side. So let's round that from 13.5 and 13.5 to 13 and 13 to 14. So then it's probably like, if we took 6 off, or 3 off here, that would be 10 to 17. That seems like too many. So let's say 11 to 16. Yeah, so let's say that we put like 16 tunnels down here. 16 tunnels down here. 16, damn it. Paint, you're awful. And then we put 11 tunnels here. And that's representative of my 27 pickaxes. Right? Makes sense to me. The picture is in the Discord channel? Oh, you're amazing. Yep, this is exactly what we're gonna have. Yep, that's actually the thing. That is a perfect that is exactly what this will do. Because bed's explosion radius is like 12 point something blocks. It's a 12 point something block circle. But you gotta think that you want a you don't need them to touch. So we were comfortable rounding up the bed explosion radius to 13, because if you think that, that's amazing, Eric. That's great, because that's a perfect representation of how we're gonna explode the nether. So you don't actually need to have them to perfectly touch because of the shared wall. So if I were to have a bed that exploded, you know, actually, we could probably just demo this in the nether right now. That's how do I do this? I'll just get some dirt. Yeah. And we have a bed that explodes 13 blocks apart, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then we have a gap. And then we have, well, it'd be 11 blocks between, right? I'm just gonna draw it out so it doesn't matter. So then if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, these blocks in the center will still be exposed because you'll be able to, because this will now all be air, and I would be able to see the block that's right here. So I would be able to see this block. And then this block will be the same thing. I could see it. So yes, it's only like a 12.5 explosion radius, but we would actually be able to see more like 14.5 blocks because of, you know, we're exposing the wall too, not just the air. Yeah, that's a perfect grid there.
And this is effectively what we're shooting for with our bed placement. Yeah, the hype. If it's spherical, you may want to overlap because you will lose a lot of ceiling. Yeah, that was something that we considered, but beds have such a perfect explosion radius. So if you look up how netherite spawns, or ancient debris spawns, it spawns most frequently between 8 and, I don't remember what the other dimension was, ancient debris. Minecraft. Wow, the autocomplete was X-ray. In between, okay. So from the wiki, up to 2 veins may generate per chunk. 1 vein of 1 to 3 spawns from levels 8 to 22, and an additional vein spawns between 8 to 119. Well, considering that both debris can spawn inside of that 8 to 22 range, I mean, this chart shows you that you really want to be exposing this area here, right? So conveniently, beds, based on our testing, explode in area. So what's the difference between 8 to 22, right? It's 14 blocks. Well, beds, based on our testing, explode something like a... So if we count where this wall is, and you can see that this is clearly a sphere, based on, with, you know, the floor makes it look a little lopsided, it makes it look mushroomed, but we didn't want to fall into anything, so we made it obsidian. Anyway, you can see that this is clearly half of a sphere, right? Are you on 116 or 115? We're still in 115 too. Prepping for 116. Prepping. So you can kind of see that, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 is where the wall really ends. And see, we could have counted this, but we opted not to. And again, we could have counted, see, I started counting here. I could have counted this area to make it 15, but we didn't want to, trying to round where the flattest area of the wall actually is. And that's what we did. So we called it 13 for the purposes of exploding netherrack. And then we did all of our calculations based on this explosion area. Does that make sense? Of course it makes sense. So with one bed, we should be able to expose, you know, what is the volumetric, the volume of a 13 diameter cube, or excuse me, of a 13 diameter sphere. Isn't that like 2 pi r, or 2 pi something like that? I don't know. I haven't been in school in forever. And then you could think that, so we place the bed here in the center, we explode the bed, we get a sphere that looks something like this, and, you know, it'll actually be a full sphere because we won't have, you know, a floor. So we'll have a series of, like, circles, like a series of spheres. So we'll dip down into a sphere, and then we'll come up, and then we'll dip down into another one, and it'll basically be like a humps on a camel's back. Yeah. And we'll have the same thing happen in the roof. It'll go up, and then it'll dip down, and then up and dip down, and up and dip down. And that's how the roof is going to look as well. Now the thing with that, here, let's just do a demo. We'll just do a demo of how much this is going to clear.
volume of a sphere is 4 divided by 3 times pi times r cubed. Yeah. So plug in, you know, if it's r, then our r is 6.5, half of 13. And whatever that is what we expect the number of blocks cleared to be. And if you go to volume, if you say instead of 6.5, that's blocks cleared. If you go 7.5, then that's blocks exposed. Does that make sense? So you would actually want to look at blocks exposed with 7.5 because we don't need to clear the TNT, or we don't need to clear the ancient debris. We just need to expose it so that way the player can see it. So whatever that calculation is, done with a radius of 7.5. Let's make a bunch of beds. It's 2/3 of a stack. 21. Did I make too much? Oh. No, this should be fine. 74? Does that divide by 3? Or 84, does that divide by 3? Yeah. Let's go to our other string supply. What are we ranting about today? We're trying to figure out the optimal way to set up our nether to find, whatchamacallit, the fastest. I need more. 5 more, so 5 times 4 is 20. That was kind of dumb, wasn't it? Kind of forgot the beds didn't stack. Ah, well. 4 divided by 3 times pi times 7.5 cubed equals 1700. Why not make a tunnel bore to prepare? What is a tunnel bore? Plus, I'm going to be resetting my nether, so... When is the Minecraft console update coming out? 1/16? Tuesday! It's happening for everyone on the same day. Okay, I don't think I've done anything in this direction. Alright. So we take one of those pickaxes that we've got. We'll use fortune here because we're not interested in... We're only interested in the experience to keep our axe going. And actually, I'm going to also do one more thing. To be a fair representation. So each bed we place is going to uncover about 1,700 blocks in one bed. Seems wild, actually. Okay. We would want a fire resistance potion, exactly for situations like this. Because we're just gonna come across, like, lava pockets all the time. Now, kind of the question is, do we wear our diamond chest piece all the time, or do we wear our elytra all the time? Alright, we kind of ran out of stuff to mine. This would happen a lot less if we were at the correct height. But it doesn't really matter, because in the grand scheme of things, this is a demonstration. So we're going to go...
also don't know where the beds explode from. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I believe it's 23 in between each bed. Yeah. I forgot where I was. Which would be 21 blocks from edge to edge. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 from edge to edge, right? Okay. This is why we wanted fire resist. And we do it again. Did I space the... Yeah, no, I spaced this correctly. So the next thing that we need for our demonstration is obviously there's a lot of empty space in here that we're not clearing. But that's okay, because our next tunnel would then be 8 blocks over. So then we would come... so there's a gap of 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4... well, let's just measure it from... hang on, let's just measure it from here, because digging out that second tunnel would be kind of a nightmare. So here's the issue. And so we need to figure out... It would be 8 blocks over from this. And so on the 9th block, we have our next tunnel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's our tunnel for the next row. So this would be where we make the next tunnel that's then offset with that first tunnel, right? And then we could count the difference between here and get a rough approximation. We're rough approximating here. We're not doing this for real. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, sure. Rough approximation. Good enough for me. Place the bed. And now look at the blocks exposed. The blocks exposed between all of these sections is going to be very, very, very tight. Check my fire res. 4 minutes. So we've got only a couple spots in there where the ancient debris would be able to spawn. And that's the kind of concept that we're going with for our TNT bed mining. And let me see if I can do it again on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 18. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, I exploded that one. I didn't hide first. That was kind of dumb. But it kind of shows how tanky we are. Maybe they do need to be a little bit tighter together. So, I mean, we could modify his numbers a little bit. But it's not that big of a deal, because you're able to see, like, the total areas that we're able to explore with this are insane. Yeah. Cayenne, the person that was saying tunnel bore. I don't know what a tunnel bore is. I asked him, and then he never responded. Feels bad. Why not TNT? Because beds have like 3 times the explosion radius. Yeah, but fire is annoying? I mean, TNT is going to create fire too. What is this gap? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 9? Maybe doing repeated blasts in the same chamber teased out the maximum and not the average. What's the explosion in this room? From like the flat part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I might go back and we might do a calculation instead of being based on 13 wide blasts. We might do a calculation based on 9 wide blasts. So that way we can get these circles a little bit tighter. Because I think whenever I did my bed blasts over and over in the same space, we ended up teasing out what the maximum blast was and not what the average blast was. And we're much more interested in the average blast size than the maximum blast size. TNT doesn't create fire no more? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, still, beds explore a much larger area. Yeah. We must have teased out what the maximum size was. Is James here? Tunnel bore is a TNT tube? Auto tunnel maker? Oh. Well, like, that sounds boring. And also it sounds like cheating. I have no interest in TNT duping. TNT duping is, if it were any online game, if it were any other game, duping would be considered an exploit. I can redo it pretty simply. Okay, can we get the calculation between tunnels redone? Because you see where I made the mistake. You were flawless, but I think by exploding the bed over and over in the same spot, we ended up finding what the maximum blast was and not what the average blast was. So this is, I mean, great numbers for us. That was a good shot. Oh, I'm out of fire resist. Okay, we're done. Let's go get some more. I want to keep testing the average bed explosion. No, it's not the max size. You put the beds in a little. Nah, I mean, you saw, yeah. I don't have my elytra on. I can't fly. Feels weird. So I'm curious now, if we were to try to get down to Y15, what are we at, Y71? I probably want to pop this while I'm digging. We're looking for Y15. Wait, let me just go back to the overworld and get some water and make a water elevator, Kappa. Well, I'm in a liquid, which is slowing down my mining speed. I was so confused. I want to point out that this is wildly dangerous. But it burns? What do you mean?
Y27. 6 minutes on fire res. And we hit a lava lake. This is something else that you'll be able to do. You'll be able to, like, pop a fire resist potion, and then with very precise jumping, you can see through the lava. Is that cheaty? I don't know. Yeah, technically. And this is why we made 1 billion potions of fire resist. How do I get through this? Do we spin? Do I just say hell with what I'm doing and then spin? Let's bring that second fire resist potion onto my action bar. Yeah, let's spin. Okay. Okay, cool. We're looking for Y15. It might be worth it to bring, like, sand or gravel with you. Oh, hey, we passed it. Damn. I'm dumb. Alright. This is Y15. So what we do is something like, how long do I have left? 3 minutes? I'm like this. And then if we think that it's got like a explosion radius of 9 blocks. So wouldn't that mean that we want, like, I don't know, I'm guesstimating while James gets the real math. So 9 to 9 would be a gap of, I mean, that's 18 blocks, but then you want them 20 blocks apart. So you'd want something like a 1, 2, 3. So that way they would expose the same interior block, right? So wouldn't that just be 20 blocks apart? 1, 2. Can I just look at you by doing this? 74. So we'll just go down to 55. Well, was it 74 or 75? 75. So 55. I said the right thing. Or I said the wrong thing, but I thought the right thing. Yeah? And then we dig just this way. And we check our fire resist. And that's it. And then we do the same thing here. We just see how easy we got out of that. And then we just do the same thing. We run up, dig a couple blocks over, blast. Did I put them too far apart again? And see, we're prepared for this. I mean, this is why we have 1 billion potions of fire resist. That way I could just climb this. See where the hell it's coming from, and then just fill it. These still seem like they're too far apart. Don't they?
got a $1.14 left on it. It's supposed to be 8 to 9 blocks apart, right? Would they be? What's the gap here? So I put them 20 blocks apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so they would need to be, oh yeah, okay, I see where I was wrong. I'm dumb. It's real hard being this dumb. I broke you. So we'll just build another tunnel off in this direction. We're very close to the end of the fire resistance, so I'm just gonna go ahead and preemptively pop the next one. Okay, that should be good. And then we'd want 1. So then we take whatever this is, so 88, and we go down to like 78. I'm on 78. That feels super close. And then we would see what we got from that. And then we see what we got from that. And... alright, yeah. It seems like 10 blocks apart in this direction is like nearly perfect. Because, like, look at the difference here. Let's just put out some of this fire so we can actually start to measure where the walls are. Our goal isn't complete coverage. Remember that. Our goal is not complete coverage. Our goal is optimized coverage. That's what we actually care about. So let's continue Y15. Let's see where this end would be. Yeah, so this would be where we would have continued the tunnel from. And so, like, there's some loss in optimization directly between these two rooms. We don't really want this, because we can see, for example, we can see all of this block because it's exposed to this room, and then all of this block because it's exposed to that room. I don't know, this might be as optimized as possible. Then we could easily see how, like, the next bed, it would be like 10 blocks in from the edge of this room. So that'd be 5 more blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe it'd be like right here. No, that seems way too close. I mean, but it might be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's give it a try. Yeah, that was way too close. Okay. And now imagine that each one of these tunnels, we go through a full pickaxe of durability. We've got a bunch of junk pickaxes. And then we start blowing out areas like this. Just a huge area. And then, of course, in order to get this area destroyed, so let's look properly at, like, the separation between our two properly split rooms. In order to get this destroyed, we would have another room, like 7 blocks in this way, something like that. So we'd put a bed somewhere like right here. And this is just me testing. I don't know if this is actually the real spot. And so now between these rooms, I can see, and see our positioning was slightly off. I can see a huge section of, like, look at the distance between this. That was only 2 blocks, which means that I could see this block from this room, and then I could see its neighbor, so this block from this room. And that's what we're trying to find, is the maximum, like the optimized number of blocks exploded. That makes sense? Thought I was standing at fire. 3 minutes left. And then the same thing from like this room, but you can see that I was a little too close here. So you could imagine that we could just go out for the entire durability of a pickaxe. 1,500 blocks if the damn thing's has no unbreaking. Just a huge number of blocks. Right? And then we just go, here's a bed. We dig 2 over and pop the bed. Right? And then we just go back. And then we go, same thing, roughly. I'm just gonna ballpark this. We grab a bed, pop the bed. And then we come back in. And this is the speed that we would actually be able to do this at, because we would know where the bed is supposed to go. We pop the bed. And I forgot to grab a bed whenever I popped that one. So we then grab a bed, pop a bed. Something like this, yeah? And you could see how absolutely quickly we would be just like exposing all of these blocks. Oh, I'm sloppy. I'm still new at this. And these are rough approximations of distance. We'll have the actual spacing done once James gets back to me on the math. And yeah, so here's basically where we started. And so look at all of this exposed. And ancient debris doesn't... 57 seconds on fire resist. Ancient debris does not get destroyed by explosions. It's got a blast resistance equal to obsidian, so it's not going to get hurt at all. You know, we'll also have a crazy amount of fire resistance potions, so we'll be able to just do this for days. And then we would just be able to come back through here and just be like, netherite? Nope. Next room. Netherite? Nope. Next room. Netherite? And of course we wouldn't have a bridge like this. This would take way too long. I'm only building the bridge because we have no more fire resist. But we'd be able to quickly just fly through these rooms, just jumping through fire, jumping through whatever, not caring. I can't get it placed. I don't know if that's the correct spot. And we'd just be able to run through all of the fire, swim through all of the lava, and just be like, anything in this room? Nope. Next room. Anything in this one? Nope. Next room. And we just do this over and over and over. And finding ancient debris should not be, shouldn't be that difficult at all, I think. Oh, I misplaced that block. Helmux. Oh, hey. Hi. That was very nice. Okay. Now, obviously, we would not spend our time building a path in the real world. Again, we have fire resistance potions. We're not going to build a path. Additionally, we would go through a full pickaxe until the very end of this sectioning. And all of these rooms, we would just check for ancient debris and then move on. Ancient debris, move on. Ancient debris, move on. Ancient debris, move on. Yeah. And these were just approximate distances, too, and it looks pretty clean. You know what? I even saw the damn lava. Or the damn fire, and then I walked through it anyway. I don't know why I did that. I'm so dumb. That's the plan. So you'd see in very, very little time, we would be able to explore. I mean, if Dane's math was correct, because Dane is way smarter than I am, and so I trust his math. We're exposing like 1,500 blocks each time we do this, except not now. So that was that was the old numbers. So Dane, what's the numbers on a 5.5 radius sphere? Like the volume of a 5.5 block sphere. And that's how many blocks we'd be exposing. Did you get any netherite? I'm in 115. I haven't updated yet. I didn't do any of the calculations, just provided the formula. I don't know how to do math. You think I'm smart? We're just testing for when 1.16 officially releases. We really want to see like a 2-block gap in between each room is what we want. Just under 700. So 700 blocks exposed. Just under 700 blocks exposed. Per bed exploded. And you saw how quickly I was able to get those beds out. And it would be even faster because we're going to build cross tunnels as well. So we would just be able to quickly place a bed everywhere there was a cross. Well, every other cross is what it would actually be. This is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be wild. It's going to be so different. This already feels like a very different Minecraft. And now we need to jump up like 50,000 steps. Is there any quick elevator up and down in the Nether? Hello, bro. I'm from Ukraine. Hello, bro. From Ukraine? Can you elytra up the stairs? So dangerous. They're just smacking into wall after smacking into wall. Oh my god. I'm gonna gas. Hello? Oh, James might have gotten us the, I haven't missed a gas yet. What? Oh, I don't have my elytra. to give me his drops? Hello? I don't see any experience. Oh, there's the experience, so that one's not gonna have any drops. Good gunpowder, which we just don't care about. So James just got us the new numbers. We gotta go get some more beds. Don't come in my portal. Hey, iFry. Cultures might be different, but we're not going to use that word to say something that you don't like. Okay? That's not what that word is for. Don't use that word again. This is an official warning, but it's a gentle warning because cultures might be different. But there's no excuse for next time. Okay. I mean, we got a bunch of quartz out of it, or at least 10. We probably destroyed a ton of quartz, if we're being honest. But we're not there for quartz. Sorry, not good. Much better, thank you. Seems a little excessive, but alright. That's a lot of netherrack. So James got us the new numbers. It looks like we're gonna do 11 blocks between beds, 5 blocks between tunnels. Let's try to set that up. I'm super interested in this. We want a bunch more beds. Still not a good perspective to have, my dude, because like that's how people try to justify saying offensive things. Just because you know the marginalized group does not give you the right to use the offensive word. So okay, we still had stuff. Sick. Do I want more than that? I think I want more than that. But again, cultures are different, so I am giving you the chance to learn. Merp. Merp, merp, merp. Okay, that's probably overkill. So we probably want to take a bunch of crafting tables with us. So that way we can make these as needed. And not actually make them beforehand. I like that. And I could even bring stripped oak logs and then just craft those up. Okay, let's get back in and test out the new formula. And the zombie pigman trap is working now, which is great. Also, girlfriend, what are we doing for dinner? Where's a good spot to test the new formula? Want to do chicken wraps tonight? I'd be down for some chicken wraps tonight, but that's kind of like, that's a, oh, I didn't grab fire resistance potions. We gotta go back. I should probably also get more golden carrots. Huggy Dad, how's it going, my dude? Fire resist potions, golden carrots. I'll just grab some pumpkins.
I didn't have the inventory space to deal with. You're gonna say something about wraps? Oh, I was just gonna say something like, wraps are usually your deal, so like, I don't want to put that pressure on you to make dinner because you've been making dinner a lot lately, and I have been making dinner a little lately. So if you wanted me to make something, I'd be willing to make it. I just don't know what we have as far as food goes inside the house. No, the first ghast I've missed. That I watched it land in lava. Vexus? Hello! What do we want to dig this one out at? Maybe we want to try it down here. So, according to Mr. James Leviathan Wargle, let's just make this a nice little flat boy. Yeah. It would be 4 blocks between tunnels. So it would be, here's a tunnel. Right? And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4 tunnel. Okay, well, this isn't a very good area. What? I so totally shot that. Ugh. I need to get deeper is really what needs to happen. I guess we'll just go back down. Oh, I took off my elytra. Final setup. Pigs are ready in supporter chat. Dude, I'm hyped. I'm gonna judge your new battle station. So then 9 diameter. Okay. And we might tease it a little bit. We might push it up, we might push it down a bit. Where did we dig? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna rate your battle station. Is that all right? We're gonna do an on-stream battle station rate. Am hyped. Okay, I'm trying not to look at them as I prep the battle station photos. Okay. Whoa, bam! Okay. Is this a curved monitor? It looks like it might be a curved monitor. That's interesting. Okay, so right off the bat, and this is a personal preference, I feel weird with a not square primary monitor. That feels odd to me because it gives me a crick in my neck where like because my head is always like at a 20-degree off center of my torso. But if you're comfortable with that, then I'm not gonna dock you points. I like the stand. That looks like a custom stand. What will be nice, though, is I know that you have an interest in streaming, so having the webcam square to your face at like a good height is going to be pretty nice. Yeah, that looks like... Is this like... I don't know what this is. This might be OBS. But just laid out differently than I lay out my OBS. That might be Streamlabs OBS, actually. Anyway, continuing. He's got some cable management. See, I can see a zip tie. What I would have liked to have seen is instead of it going like midway up the wall where your foot might get stuck on it, what I would have liked to have seen is it going straight down and then you masking tape or somehow like non-permanently mounting it to the seam where your baseboard meets the carpet. Okay, cable management. I see that you've got the RGB and you've got the rainbow matching the rainbow. That's pretty nice. That gives you a speed bonus for your computer. I'm curious what you wrote on your notepad. I'm totally gonna creep. Oh, the quality's not high enough. I can't see that. It looks like I can see 11, 12, 13, 14. Presumably that continues to go up, but I have no idea what it says next to 11, 12, 13, 14.
Ooh, that's pretty. It looks like the exposure's a bit washed out in the picture. I'm going to assume that this is RGB because we know that this is RGB from the top, and it would be very strange if this is not RGB in the back. So I'm just going to assume that the exposure washed it out. Gaffer's tape on carpet equals dream. What is gaffer's tape? Is that the same thing as masking tape? Gaffer's tape. Hang on, I'm curious. Gaffer's tape. Gaffer's tape. Masking? Where's masking tape? The primary difference between gaffer's tape and duct tape. I'm not talking about the difference between gaffer's tape and duct tape. Is gaffer's tape the same as masking tape? I don't know. Google's not telling me. That's what film crews use to hold down wires? Well, there you go. I'll turn my webcam on for this, and you'll be able to see how fat I've gotten in quarantine. You'll also be able to see my Pikachu tank top. But anyway, here's the webcam. Pikachu! I use black masking tape to hold down my wires. By the way, I got a haircut, chat room. Hang on, look at this. I got a haircut. I look so clean. I also got fat. Look at that. Yeah, but black masking tape is what I use to hold down my wires. Anyway, we're gonna get back to judging this guy's desk. Holy poop, that's what Nims looks like? Yeah, dude. Like, yeah, dude. I'm actually kind of happy that my webcam was set up somewhat properly. Yeah, I do agree with Vexus here. Don't put your PC directly on the floor. So I believe that you said you built this mount. Can you get, will you put just like, the cheap way of doing it is putting cardboard under your PC. However, and like actually, I'm gonna like very urgently encourage you to do this. Like kind of urgent. To either put cardboard under your PC or to get like a, I don't know, like a 1x6 and put it under your PC. So the reason why is you have a bottom-mounted, shrouded power supply, which means that this power supply must be venting down. I got stands on the bottom that I could adjust. I guarantee that the PC is sinking into the floor, and the vent for that PSU is still being. It might have some breathability, but it doesn't have a lot. Especially as your PC settles and sinks further and further into the carpet. So your PSU must be venting down. Well, actually, it would be venting in and then out the back. Either way, it doesn't matter. The ventilation on your power supply is going to be really rough. So if you could get like cardboard under it is the cheap thing. Like a 1x6 would be the nice thing, and then you could stain your 1x6 the same thing that you stained the your monitor mounts. Is kind of urgent, because if your PSU fries, then everything else in your computer fries too. PSU is like, yeah, you don't play with them. So semi-urgently, try to get that lifted directly off the carpet. I have girlfriends upstairs. Practice what I preach. Mine is mounted, like my desk has a spot for it. But before that, I had it sitting on cardboard because I was lazy. And then girlfriend's upstairs is also sitting on cardboard. So, anyway, it looks like your cable management is still pretty good on the inside. It looks like I at risk here? No, it doesn't look like it. I see your 24 pin comes immediately out the back. That's really nice. I see that you've got an SSD mounted to the top of your PSU shroud. Those are clean. Your front panel looks like it's hidden underneath the shroud. I don't see fan wires dangling. You've got some good interior cable management from what I can see. The angle's a little bit off, but like pretty good, like top tier there. Good job. And then the overall, I mean, okay, yeah. So this picture just has to be washed out. The exposure's got to be off. Because look at that RGB. That's a plus 10% computing speed because of the RGB. Yeah, but pretty good, dude. This is a really nice starter. I also like, I appreciate that you've got the multiple pop filters. Out of curiosity, I'm creeping. Okay, yeah, good. I think you actually have the same mic arm that I do. I was worried from this angle. It looked like your mic was going to be directly on your desk, and that's something that you want to avoid because every time you touch your desk, the vibration of touching your desk will vibrate the diaphragm in the microphone, and it creates just a huge like inception noise, like wah, and it's ridiculous. But you've got it on an arm, and you've got the arm mounted to your desk, and that is great, and you're awesome. And then you've got the pop filter. You've also got the what are these called? The foam. What are these called? I'm looking at the one I have on my mic. I forget what they're called, but like the foam filter as well as the pop filter. So that's really nice. I also like that you've got it kind of offset from the camera. So whenever you go to talk into the camera, it's not going to be like, so I'm gonna turn my camera back on. So it's not gonna be like, where do I have something that can emulate a microphone? Here, this is my water bottle. Hey guys, how are you today? This is me talking into a microphone that so many streamers seem to think is a great idea. When they have a webcam, then they get a microphone that sits right here. And you're like, why do you even bother with a webcam if I can't see your damn face because you got such a giant freaking microphone? Oh, it makes me so angry. A windsock is something else. A windsock is also a dead cat, and a windsock / dead cat is, it's the big floofy thing. It's not the foam thing. Anyway, so I really appreciate that you mounted your microphone off to the side and not directly in front of your webcam. Tell us how you really feel about microphones in front of your face, Nibs. Let me tell you, Dane. Just you specifically. Overall, pretty good. I mean, I'm an audio engineer and we call them many names. One of those names is a windsock sometimes. Dude, I disagree. I disagree completely. This might be like a language barrier, but I'm gonna full on disagree with you because this is a windsock. This is a big fuzzy, or known as a dead cat. I'm looking where my other microphone is. Also, yes, I do agree with the comment earlier. Velcro zip ties are the best. And so this is, I realize that this just looks like a big block, but it is actually a block of Velcro zip ties. So I don't know if you can see this, but I'm like peeling one off at a time. So it is a gigantic block of Velcro zip ties. And you can get this huge block for like $8 on Amazon. Don't forget to use my affiliate link though. I don't know where my other microphone is, and I don't want to dick with the microphone that's currently attached to my computer. It's gotta be around here, right? Oh, it was underneath my windsock. Okay, so this little foam padding, this foam, so here's what the regular microphone looks like. And this is just a little bitty shotgun mic. This is like a little foam pop filter. This is not a windsock, right? This is something else. And then what you do is you take the real thing that is the windsock, and then you would put this like that on the mic. So there's actually like a little pouch that the little dude actually goes inside of, like that. And you would obviously do that way better, but I'm lazy. Yes, but they serve the same purpose. But they're called something else. One of these is a windsock, one of these is like a foam pop filter. Oh. I'm putting all of my equipment back up. And yeah, that's... Hello. In response to everything earlier, yes, it's Streamlab, yes, the stand is homemade, cardboard is now under the tower, and paper is my hotkeys. Oh, okay, sick. Oh, so that way you know your Streamlabs. That's smart. I'd be a little bit careful with your F keys whatchamacallits? Wait, does your keyboard, do you have a fancy keyboard? You might have a fancy keyboard. So Windows actually supports function keys up to 24. So everybody's keyboard has F1 through 12, but Windows supports F1 through 24, and F1 through F13 through 24 are used for nothing. And OBS actually supports F13 through 24 as, I missed hotkeys. F13 through 24 as keybinds. See, so F15, F16, F17. And I would consider looking into using those keys instead of F1 through 8. Because you're gonna run into conflicts where you're gonna be like, I'm gonna push F1, and then you open up like support, Chrome support, right? And then it might have issues with you, or like you go to push, like you're sprinting in Minecraft, and then you go to hide game, I think is what that's supposed to be. So then you're sprinting in Minecraft or something like that, or crouching. Well, I forget what one of them is Alt by default. And then you accidentally Alt F4 your game. So I might look into a little less obtrusive key bindings, but still very, very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. Okay, if you've already tested it out with the games that you plan on doing, then you're good. Let's see where James posted our thing. Okay, so we've got the thing up now. Windscreen appears to be the common name on the internet. Windscreen, I would believe that it's a windscreen because windsock is a different thing. When I hear windsock, I think of the ugly flag they have at airport to show which direction the wind is blowing. Yeah, that makes sense. Foam pop filters filter air. The same though, unless I've been doing my job for years. I mean, I'm not gonna claim that you've been doing your job wrong. So if you as an industry professional say that that's what it should be, then that's what it should be. But then I'm gonna say that the industry is dumb. That's my response. All right, so then we want to go out. James says that there are 4 blocks in between every row. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be another tunnel. Oh, I should have really popped a fire resistance potion. Okay, so 4 blocks apart, and we'll do this a couple of times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kind of amazed that we haven't run into a huge amount of lava yet, TBH. We'll do it one more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I count this right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm really dumb sometimes, so I need to double check it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. Alright, so at some point, we then... Okay, that should be enough. Dead cat microphone, because I don't want to actually find dead cats. Dead cat windshield is the sock thing. It's an artificial fur windshield. This. We gotta be careful. Hang on, let's pull that away, because it is a dead cat is the name of it. Okay, yeah. Like, that's exactly the fuzzy thing that I just showed you guys. So what is this? Dead cat with a windscreen? Dead cat microphone, mic shield, furry fur, wind, something. Windscreen cover? Huh. Oh, we're just burning through our fire resistance potion. We're kind of dumb. Alright, so then we've now got our 4 block gaps here. So then we go 5 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we make these intersections. So then we just dig like this. A whole bunch. And here, let's add one more set of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, and then every 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we're gonna do one of these. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's why we run this with a fire resistance potion on. And you can see how, like, branch binding this would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So once we got a couple of these set up, we'd be able to run this for forever. Like, we'd be able to just run like 1,500, 3,000 blocks out with no issue. So this is a very small scale, so it's gonna seem like we're doing a lot of work, but at large scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So once we hit the large scale, this will be just kind of mindless. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is way more beds than I have prepared, right? It pretty much is, yeah. we're at the correct height. We're at Y15. This is tiny in the sense of scale. We would go out like 700 blocks each time we made one of these tunnels. Like between 700 and 3,000, depending on if we decided to put unbreaking on our pickaxes or not. Okay, so at this point, I'm just going to say that this is the room that I want to keep stable. So I'm going to go bed here, right? And then we'll say no bed, bed, right? And then this one would have no bed. So then there would be a bed here. So no bed, bed. I really need to get in the habit of placing a bed and then opening it up or grabbing it again. So no bed. So there would be a bed, but we're not going to hurt this tunnel because, you know what? We'll hurt it. It's fine. So then there would be no bed, bed. Oh God! I didn't mean to click it. That scared me so bad. I meant to middle mouse click it. Well, you can see that there would be no bed here, and there would be a yes bed here. That scared me so badly. The beds chain their explosions in the nether. No, thankfully. So no bed. Bed. No bed. Bed. No bed. And then we would have a bed. Actually, we decided we were going to go for it. Bed. And so no bed. Bed. No bed. Bed. No bed. And then there would be, I mean, obviously there would be another row here. So then there would be a bed right here. No bed. Bed. No bed. Bed. Okay, so no. Yes. No. Yes. Okay, and that's it. That's all we got. So I'm not gonna pop another totem. That was so scary. Oh, my heart. And then we would just blow these up, right? And how's our fire resist? Okay, 6 minutes. We stand here. Boom. And this is the scale. Or this is what it would be like on like tiny scale. Okay, that was the end. Can't believe I just popped the totem, dude. If I can reach it from that direction, that kind of makes this easier, huh? Okay, so James, this is way too close. We're getting some really, really, like, this is completely open. We do want there to be walls between them. So it seems like the side tunnels are too close. Oh, we missed a bed. Did we miss a bed, like, right here? Oh, we did. Yeah, this is way too close. This is just 100% cleared. Yeah, this is just... This... Oh, wait, we missed another one. Okay, so we're gonna have to do a really good job about not missing beds. That's the 9-block diameter. Maybe we go up to like 11 because this is insanely close. Because we want like a 2-block gap between them. Damn, your level is high. Dude, I feel super bad because this is actually the lowest level I've been in a long time. We've been sitting in the 400s for a while now, bumping around between like 405 and 412. How many hours do I have in this world? Alexa, what's 35 times 24?
35 times 24 is 840.
840 hours in this world. Last minute change to 116, beds no longer explode in the nether. Ooh. Don't die then? I literally just popped a totem. I literally just popped a totem. Also, the reason my OBS look differently is Streamlabs, but I installed an overlay pack and customized. Yeah, I mean, I understood just by looking at the screenshot. Yeah, and you're good on the key bindings. If it makes sense for you, like, it's one of those things where it's like, as long as it works for you, then don't let anybody else, myself included, drag you down. A minute left on fire res. That totem number 3? Oh, dude, I popped way more than 3 totems. Can I read this chat? Nope. Oh god, his name is Feces Snatcher. No, Feces Snatcher, I cannot read your chat. I am incapable. I've never read it my entire life. Change 4 to 6 and 5 to 8. Okay. Um, 4 to 6. So here's 1. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's changing 4 to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I count that right? I'm dumb. 4, 5, 6. So it'd be this. Oh god, and now we just butt up against this one. Well, there's 2 gaps enough to get an idea? It should be. Okay, so let's just go all the way out then. And this will still give us an idea of what the scale will be. And 5 to 8. Okay. Then we want to come in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like this is what we want. And then we do it again. And again, each time we would make one of these branches, we go 700 blocks minimum, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, how literate are you? A 2. A dog probably knows more words than I do. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We might add a third row over here. What are they supposed to be apart? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, just double checking. So when we dig over, it should be the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this would be the next row. I don't have fire resist anymore. Oh, I missed the source block. Oh, am I like above a lava lake? How does this go just straight down to bedrock? It's kind of wild. Not my problem anymore. Okay, anyway. Dude, Echo Company! Wow! That's sick, dude. That's 5 gifted subs from freaking Echo Company. Can we get some phoenixes, some like parties up in chat? That is super freaking generous, my man. Thank you very much, my dude. Okay, so this is our main. We have 6 blocks here, and then what was it, 8 in between each next? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. We'll do it from this one. But we don't go that way. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we already did this one. Holy crap, I'm so dumb. Do we do another one? Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And remember that we should ignore this destruction whenever we start to check this against this row. How are we this far off, though? where's that next row at? Oh, it... Okay, I see the issue. So it's this row. So there is no... Don't even look at this. This is wrong. Yeah. So we have 1, 2, and then a third row. Okay. So we should be able to get some crafting done here. I need to drop all of my netherrack. That kind of worked out. Alright, so we'll say that we do this intersection, but not this one. Then again, this intersection, but not this one. And then if there's one more intersection, okay, there's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There should have been another row here. Did we just not take it up that far? Not right. 6. Here, let's come over. Yeah, we didn't take it up this far. We're just dumb. That's all it was. Okay. All right, so no, and then yes. And then no, but yes, no, yes. I wonder if we could just do this whole thing, no, and then it would go here, but this is our starting spot. So yes, so no, yes. I wonder if we walk this entire thing in reverse. No. Yes. No. Yes. Okay, this is basically the end of our tunnel. So we check our fire resist. You know, I'll re-up that. And can I just like one netherrack bed it? Like this? Yeah, that's not too bad. And then we'll just run straight through. That doesn't make him angry at me, does he? Yeah, this is pretty easy. Look at this. We figured it out. Oh, lordy. Look at that. Blam, blam. Look at that. No damage taken. No damage, just right click, right click. Look at this, dude. Look at how fast we're gonna be able to clear this. And now imagine that we're doing this hundreds of thousands of blocks. We're gonna have so much netherite. We're gonna build a 100% legit flex beacon day one. And now let's take a look at the exposed space. Okay, so we've got to kind of go slow and analyze the amount of space here. And what we're most interested in is the number of blocks exposed. So like, how many blocks are exposed in between like these blast areas? So if I were to punch through this, as an example, so I'm now punching, should be a Y15, okay? So now if I were to punch through, we might need to come one closer. So what, we did the math at 9. And now we just did it at 11. James, can we get the math at 10? It might be hard because of it might be not odd spacing. I guess 11 by 4 blocks is not odd spacing. Actually, this still might be good. Because we've only looked at 1. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty clean. Maybe this is it, because we'd rather have a buffer, a small buffer, than too much exposed. Yeah, actually, this is good. What did we build this at? I don't even remember at this point. This is good. Lord help me, I don't remember. James, what was this number? 5 and 8. This feels real good. And we'll just be able to ignore this, actually, because that's the old blast. Again, we can look in between. Oh, wow, this actually connected. See? So this is, we definitely want the under. We want too much of a buffer. We want like 1 block too thick. That's what we want. Because too much exposed becomes a waste of time and waste of space. Six and 8. All right. Well, let me double check the front. I can definitely get that number. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's clearly 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6 by 8. Yep. 6 by 8 is our mining strategy. It is the patented. I don't know. What'd you call this? The patented mining strategy. And so we should be able to just replace, like, replicate this for, like, an insane number of blocks into the new Nether generation, and very, very, very quickly we should be able to find tons of netherite. I'm gonna go up and then down and then up and then down. This is exactly what I expected. We got it. Come on. All right. All right. That makes me so hyped. I'm so hyped. I don't think we're gonna need as many beds as we've now set aside. 544 beds seems like a lot of beds. If anything, we're gonna need more pickaxes, but thankfully we didn't just make those pickaxes. We made a trader that sells them to us. Very cool. Okay, doesn't need to be this many. Beds are wasteful. That new distance is flawless. I am so excited for 116 to come out on Tuesday now. MD, how's it going, dude? And we have, in all actuality, 3.5 hours worth of fire resistance potions. Call it 3 hours because we're going to be popping them at overlaps. So basically a full stream worth of fire resistance potions. That's wild. Oh hey, I also need a new Totem of Undying. How are you? I haven't checked on you in a bit. Okay. Okay. Doesn't seem too bad. All better. Those pickaxes will work. I don't think that we need to get Unbreaking 3 on them. Considering how many blocks that we're exposing, that's just crazy. It's just Why would I leave blocks in the middle like that? Am I dumb? I'm super dumb. All right. Well, chat room, I do think that this is going to be the end of the stream. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me today. You guys are fan-freaking-tastic. Shout out to Echo Company 15 minutes before the stream ends. Freaking legend, dude. Just giving him a shout out. He's getting started streaming. You should go check out his stream, check out his videos, and see if that's something you'd be interested in. Also, shout out to Stoffy with the huge raid tonight. That was sick. Twitch Steelhawk, and then James gifted a sub to Tree right before the stream started. I'm gonna give that a shout out too. You guys are absolutely lovely. Today is Friday, so there may or may not be some bonus streams over the weekend. I think that we are going to a couple of the protests downtown. So maybe not. I will do my best to stop in. Oh, check the Discord. We're gonna have a Lord of the Rings marathon in the Discord, which you guys should definitely check out. !Discord. Yeah. Anyway, you guys are absolutely wild. I love you so much. Take care. Keep an eye on the Discord for any bonus streams. I feel like we still have quite a bit to do before 116 comes out, so I'm gonna try to squeeze one in this weekend, but I can't make any promises. Anyway, I'm off. Take care. Have a lovely weekend. Y'all are fantastic. I'll see you around.